Hey, what's up, YouTube? It's Logan, the drunken metalhead who muses, back with a live stream. Currently trying out the solo format, and yeah, I'm not used to it. I'm usually used to at least one other person with me to, at least tell me everything's going okay. So let me know if everything sounds good in the comments and such, and if you can actually hear me. I also have some background music going on, so let me know if that's too loud. I guess I'll start things off with, welcome to yet another year-end list. We've just been inundated with year-end lists this year, just like every year. And here's another one. But this time, I brought beer. So at least there's that. And already doing some talking in the chat, so it sounds like everything's good. McIrish, I got beer goggles on too. So from this perspective, everything is going fine. And Frederick already knows the number one. No spoilers, man. No spoilers. But yeah, excited to bring round two. I did a live stream for my year-end list last year and had a blast. The channel's grown like a little bit since then. Not too much, but just enough. So I'm excited to do it yet again. I think I'll be having some guests popping in a little bit later on. I believe Mr. Depeche Commode and Brian Arkham will be hopefully popping on and sharing theirs. But I've got 20 albums myself that I want to talk about tonight. So I want to make sure we get ample time to discuss all that stuff. So, but first, cheers all. Happy Yuletide season. Honestly, it's been a great holiday so far. Happy that Christmas is falling on a Monday this year. Get like a extended 3-day weekend. I mean, it's kind of sick. So let's get some of the behind the scenes details out of the way real quick. So what I am listening to in the background until my guests pop in is the band Zombie, and this is their album Surface to Air. So Zombie are like a 2-piece space rock instrumental project, and they specialize in definitely good ambient, like background music with just a hint of extra rock and roll. So it's not quite just pure ambient music. There's definitely some heavier pace to the music. So yeah, that's what's going on in the background. And then what I'm drinking tonight, this is kind of a Christmas tradition for me. I don't know why, but whenever it comes to this time of year, Heineken is always my go-to. It just feels like a holiday beer. Maybe it's the color scheme, the red and the green. Maybe it's the fact I did visit the Netherlands right around Christmas a couple years ago, and goddamn, they drink Heineken like it's fucking water over there. You're on a boat doing a river cruise around Amsterdam, and they're giving out just free Heineken. They're like, "Oh, are you thirsty? Here, have a pint." Of course, they're Dutch, so different accent. But anyway, yeah. I'll try my best to kind of get started, but cheers to all who've joined. Let's see. Ryan was in the chat early. Cheers to Ryan, man. He already dropped his top 10 list, which to kind of already do a highlight. Ryan had Phlebotomized with their album Clouds of Confusion, and that one barely missed being on my list. It probably would have been number like 21 or 22. And if I actually owned the physical copy, it'd be on here. He also included that new Sorcerer album. So good call, Ryan. Thanks for popping in, man. And then, of course, cheers to Frederick. And dude, cheers to Nate. Recent subscriber to this channel, but a guy I've been seeing in all the other YouTube channels and stuff for, God, years probably. And then here's my fellow beer drinker, Hellraiser, metal YouTube stream buddy Tyler. We got a good group going on right now, man. This is solid for a solo stream. Right, dude. Cheers to you all. Feel free, share what you're drinking, share what you've been listening to, share what's on your year-end list. You know, as long as it's not spoiling anything. I know Tyler has got a killer list coming with all the other metal hiking people out there on Future Ruins channel. So, dude, cheers to all you guys. So, no, let's get into some picks. Ooh, eggnog is a good choice, and the classic water trick with I have not tried it with Jim Beam, but with a little Tito's, I've done that, and it works well. All right, so here's how I've done my list. I've got 20 albums I'm going to talk about total. The first 5 are all digital. The next 15, I actually own them all. I like being able to show up a physical copy and prove, like, look, I like the music enough to actually hunt it down and buy it. So that's why I've kind of separated it out like that. Some of these first 5 are good enough to place higher than some of the physical, media that I have. But some of them are tough to track down. So that's why I have yet to own them and might not end up owning some of these, just due to how tough it is to pay for international shipping, or how quickly some of these sell out. I forget, you Australians are in the wee hours of the morning, so and no need to rush into things. I have not heard any of those albums, so see, this list is going to be weak on black metal, unfortunately. So that is one spoiler I will give. And one sec, I'm going to restart my CD. Sweet. All right. So the first one, I gotta figure out how to share my screen here. Let's see. So this is digital. Okay. So Gridlink with their album Coronet Juniper. So this is just blistering grindcore, but with just such a melodic, intense, and technical slant. It's just super killer. I'm curious if any of you guys have heard this one. This is really my first entry into Gridlink. So this one probably would have been like a 4.2 for me, and probably would have been in my top 15 if I actually owned it. But yeah, owning the physical copy was just a bit out of my budget. The vinyl was, look at this, $43 for the record, and that doesn't even include shipping. So yeah, and it's a 45 RPM too. I don't know if I get that price, but I admit I'm a little curious about the cover. It does kind of look prog, Ryan. It is not as insanely technical grindcore from the guys who did Discordance Axis, if you are familiar with that. So, and this is actually interesting too. All the copies, because I'm going to get a CD at some point, they all feature like the actual album, which is 11 songs and about 19 minutes long. But then they feature a karaoke version of the album. I guess in case if you want to scream along with it or listen to just the instrumentation. Yeah, I can't imagine trying to sing Gridlink karaoke. But yeah, that is my first pick. And believe it or not, looks like we're actually joined by well, not quite yet. Here, I'll get to my second pick. So for my second digital album, we're going the death metal route. Let's see. And this is some just filthy, rotting death metal of like the worst kind, or the best kind, depending on how you view it. And we're talking about Eternal Rot with their album Moribund. This shit is just nasty. It's disgusting. The vocals are hardly vocals. There's just like a range of either shrieks or like gurgles, and the instrumentation, I think, is kind of what takes this album to the next level. It's almost like a stoner doom band backing it. Like literally one song makes me think of Black Sabbath. Here, let me do some quick highlights here, and then so track 3, Soul and Corpse, Adoration. That's probably my song title of the year right there. But then that one, and then track 2, Reflected in Perpetual Waves of Despair. Probably the best thing that sums up the sound. I would definitely recommend Eternal Rot out of Poland, I believe. The United Kingdom. Sorry. I don't know what I'm talking about. But I've been seeing a bunch of people showing off this album and showing off their discography, and I will get it as soon as I can find a distro that actually has it for a reasonable price over in America. So, and yeah, one of the other best things about this album is the killer Mark Riddick album artwork. So, yeah, honestly, Riddick does all of the covers for Eternal Rot, and he kills it every single time. I think this is my favorite one. I just love the the priest versus the zombies. Makes me think of Dead Alive, where the guy's like, I kick ass for the Lord. And he starts fighting fucking zombies and shit. But yeah, this one would have been, I'd probably give this like an 8.4 or 5 out of 10. So this is my I guess number 19 pick right here, Eternal Rot. Let me queue up the next digital album over here. All right, so from filthy death metal, we're going to an album that has been sold out, and I've not been able to figure out a way to actually find it. It has been self-released by the band, and yeah, I haven't been able to track it down since. So if anyone knows how to find a copy of this album, please let me know. I'm talking about Chained to the Bottom of the Ocean with their most recent album, Obsession Destruction. And this is their most recent full length. They've actually released an EP since this album came out called Consumed by the Vitriol of Life. So you can still buy this, but not for much longer. These guys always do like limited runs, so it sells out real quick. It's definitely got to be a strategy. I'm sure they're sitting on like a bunch of extra copies, just waiting to release it. And yeah, Ryan, good eye, man. That's Maurice Lewandowski, his piece. And probably one of my favorite pieces by Lewandowski. And I think I just love how tortured and just visceral it is. Like love the graveyard in the bottom. But no, this album deserves to be owned on physical format. It is a relentless hour-long listen that just kind of hammers you in with repetitive riffs. I did a video earlier in the year called an introduction to Death Sludge, and this definitely fits into that. it's like the ideal version of Death Sludge in 2023. I would say Thou is a big influence on this. Definitely Primitive Man, definitely Indian, Lord Mantis, and hell, it's relentless and just that kind of depressive self-loathing kind of sludge. Yeah, as you can see, it's all sold out. What the fuck? Even the goddamn Clutch ripoff t-shirt sold out. Like, man, I would love to own a copy of this album. Gotta say, Hole in My Head, killer 3-minute burner. Like, a lot of these tracks are about 8 to 10 minutes, even 12. If you don't have that time, just listen to track 3, Hole in My Head. Other highlights: Summer Comes to Multiply, The Chalice, 10,000 Years of Unending Failure, and the final song, In the Feral Grace of Night, May the Last Breath Never Come. They like their long song titles here. In 1 sec, sending out a private chat. Okay, so Frederick's right, Discogs and eBay, but yeah, that shit's expensive when you're looking at those secondhand markets. I think we gotta wait. I gotta wait like a little bit, and then the price will come down naturally, and then I can actually buy it like the CD for a reasonable $15. That's all I'm asking for. And then Rick, I would have picked Kim Dracula, but some dude over at Banger TV already stole that as their number one pick. So I have to come up with something else, unfortunately. And then well done, Larry Sepultura, with some killer picks here. Let's see. One of those ends up on my list. All right. Here, let me see if I can knock out these online albums before I get my guests in here. So next one online is a new album I found, or a new band I found actually, because of Banger. No, not Banger. I just talked about them. Heavy Metallurgy and their Heavy Metallurgy review series, where they feature, the various contributors all doing their reviews and sharing different albums. And this one is Militant Pentant Triumphant by Phaedra. And Alan, Mr. Professor Steele himself, shared this one with, as a review. And it was tempting enough. I checked it out, and it was like, yeah, love at first listen, really. Super atmospheric. But then there's still kind of a lot of riffs going on, a lot of like memorable guitar passages and sections. Like, it's not Philosophem by Burzum. It kind of has that feeling at times, but there's definitely a lot more going on. It does feel ritualistic and bleak. Oh man. It's just these European shipping prices and stuff. Like, let's see. Oh my God. $16 USD for a cassette, plus $10 for shipping. I mean, I guess it's not terrible, but it's not great, and that's why I have not pulled the trigger. I mean, I hate to say it, the budget's been kind of tight this year, and I've been sticking with Amazon. I hate to say, for a lot of stuff, if I can. Because here's the trick. You get one of those Amazon credit cards where you get 5% cash back. And now I sound like a fucking, paid advertisement drone. But then you just buy your normal shit and you use that to use the 5% cash back to get metal CDs. I don't know. It's a lose-win, I guess, because you're giving Amazon money, but then at the same time you're getting sick metal music back. So, yeah. I'm trying to find the track listing here with this Phaedra. All right. Punishment Nailed Deep. Track 2. That is the fucking song right there. That will just make you fall in love with this album. Honestly, every single one of these songs is great and easily, like, captures the purpose of this release. Track 2 is definitely my favorite, but you can't go wrong with this whole album at all. And yeah, I figured this would get Tyler's stamp of approval. So, good stuff. And yeah, that's the other thing about international shipping. Yeah, you gotta wait. What a pain. And I guess, I don't know, Amazon spoiled me. I've gotten spoiled rotten with the next day shipping, and then, it's tough to go back to it. All right. So I will get this Phaedra at some point in the near future. All right. And if I was actually able to put this in my list, this would be probably within the top 10. It'd probably end up at like number 7 and stuff versus here where it's sitting at like 17. So, Larry, I have not heard the new Primordial album. So, I know there was another Metallurgy review, and it got mixed. Well, Alan didn't give it like 100% favorable review, but it's been something I'll check it out though eventually. All right, so for the final one that is digital, here we go. This one I'm going to have to find. It's from Van Records, and of course I'm talking about Sulfur and On with their latest album, 7 Crowns and 7 Seals. And this has been like topping all kinds of lists. Definitely not just mine. And I think if this actually ended up in my hands and was on my year-end list, it'd be in my top 5. It'd probably be at like number 4, I'd say, or 3. It's just killer. This is the album that I've been wanting Sulfur and On to make this whole time. Like, I've loved their past, really all 3 of their releases, especially Gateways to the Antisphere, their second album. But this one is where they actually captured what I was hoping they would capture. It's got that clean, giant production that is just head to ceiling. It sounds massive. Like, it fills up a fucking church. And honestly, that's what this album kind of feels like it's trying to be. It's like a biblical, gospel-like release for, this crazed, belching entity right here at the center of the cosmos, at the center of strange eons or whatever. And yeah, it's fucking sick album. And I think they partially nail it because they kind of tone it back a little bit. Like, the scope of this album is absolutely huge. I mean, like, the production and what they're trying to do with the songwriting and everything is just insane. It's massive. But then it's only, let's see, it's 7 tracks and like 40 something minutes. Like, it's not really that long of an album. And it kind of is perfectly separated into 2 distinct parts. It's got really the first 5 tracks, which are the more traditional. And there's really only 4 songs there, because one is an opening song. But there's really only 4. Hammer for the Howling Void, Through, Arcane, Cambrian Sorcery are the more traditional tracks. And then the final 2 are just these epic closing just chants. These triumphant chants. And yeah, I absolutely love this album. I'd say of the first the track, the final two track, The Yearning Abyss Devours Us and Arcane Cambrian Sorcery are my two favorites. And then it goes to Seven Crowns and Seven Seals and, oh man, Beneath the Ziggurats? I don't know if that's how you say it. But, and those are like the more long, drawn out songs that really just nailed the album in. Especially, I think Seven Crowns and Seven Seals is my favorite on the album and is definitely a 10 out of 10. And 1 second, I'm messaging one of the people I'm trying to get on here. All right. So there you go. And yeah, I see this is definitely getting some love. Yeah, Jimmy, that's awesome. And yeah, Rick said the thing I wasn't going to say. It's definitely what the album cover looks like. Here, let's look at it one more time together. Which, here, quick extra plug. I did a video highlighting my favorite album covers of the year, and this was my number one. That is one brilliant sphincter right there. It's just one bloody one, but also well drawn. Mr. Paolo Giardi is definitely impressive. All right, and cheers to Tyler, always with the beer, which, fuck yeah, man. King Street Brewing Company, a Heffenweisen. Just got a lowly Heineken tonight. All right, let's see. We're talking black metal. I gotta get some more black metal next year. This year, for some reason, was kind of light on the black metal. But here, real quick before I run off another person.
Hey,
look at what it is. Brian,
were you already telling people off?
Yeah, but yeah. Chris popped in backstage, and I was busy yammering about something, and I.
Oh, he decided to take off.
Yeah, he disappeared on me. So hopefully he pops back in.
I'm going home.
Yeah, essentially. So my bad. Yeah. Come back, Chris.
I saw the Sulfur and On. What number was that on your list?
That would have been well, I guess 16. I kind of, if I actually had incorporated, like, merged the two lists, it probably would have been like number 5 or 4.
Oh yeah.
But I wanted to keep it like the stuff I didn't own and the stuff I owned, right? So that's
okay. Yeah.
That's my, I guess, my 5th honorable mention right there. And now I got 15 left.
I listened to that one a few times, but have not spent enough time with it, or really any of their stuff, because they have a bunch out, and I know they're highly acclaimed. A lot of people talk highly of them, and
yeah,
I just have really not spent a whole lot of time with them.
I definitely think they're all good. They're definitely a band where I think you have to be in the right setting to actually like sit down and listen to digest, because that last album of theirs that came out, it's like the Scythe of Chaos or something. I also did not really give enough time. It did not click with me. So.
Oh really? Okay.
Yeah, but this one, it's only like 40 to 45 minutes, so this would probably be the one I would recommend the most. And I think it's like their most immediate. Like they actually nail down what I feel like have been wanting to do with their sound like this whole time.
Kind of a black and technical death metal.
Honestly, like if you're a fan of the Satanist by Behemoth, this is like that, except maybe even a bit more streamlined. And instead of like the satanic posturing and shit, it's it's just fun Lovecraftian worship. So
yeah,
I definitely highly recommended.
It's cool. I'll check that out. Jimmy,
your followers are happy to see you, man.
Oh, yeah. I was looking at looking to see how long it's been since I put up a video. It's been over a year, so
there he
I've been
is.
away for a while.
I insulted him originally, but he came back.
Oh no, I was. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, man,
Yeah.
you good?
Okay. No, I was like, okay, cool. He's going on his rant, so I have some food in the air fryer right now. So,
all right, it worked out then, yeah. Because I finished
talking
talking about
in the air fryer. That's a perfect Saturday night meal.
Air fryer, the Instapot, most amazing combination.
Yeah.
A bachelor could own,
Instapot,
or anyone.
Yeah, we use the Instapot a couple times a week, probably.
Yeah, dude. The perfect for the holiday season right there. Get that roast popped in your Instapot.
So what do you got?
Okay, well, no. So Thanksgiving, Christmas is when you need the platter. That, I mean, trust me, like with my mother, she spends like a week preparing just to make, the dinner, and then it's a whole day long thing, and
she probably spent a couple hours the night before prepping things that can just now go in the oven the day of, right?
Oh yeah. And her house, she has the thing where she has dual ovens. They're like,
oh, that's fancy shit.
Damn.
Right,
so it's like, but there's shit fucking putting this in here, doing this, and then she does all of like the 1950s Jello molds and stuff, and
you got it.
Kind of like
she probably got the original box too that it came in.
She had like the Jello molds where it's like Jello but with walnuts and tuna salad and stuff like that in it. It's crazy.
Yeah, I want my tuna salad in a Christmas tree Jello mold this year, please. That's
with pickles and things like that. But holiday festivities. I'm totally on board with that. I love all of it.
Fuck yeah, man! All right, so how do you guys want to play this? Let's talk strategy. I got 15 more albums to kind of show. Brian, you said you got 10.
I got 10.
Okay,
I got 10.
Chris, how many you got that you want to like kind of highlight?
Is this that the album needs to have been released for the first time in 2023, or can it be a reissue that was reissued in 2023?
Honestly, I don't really care. It's up to you.
All right,
man.
I'm set.
I'm good with it. Yeah,
I'm set, man. I got some good shit.
All right, and quick beer roundup since.
Ooh, yeah.
Brian's pouring his overcarbonated Gose over there.
It's not a Gose. I went to I was up in Chris's neck of the woods for Christmas like 2 weeks ago, right? And I go to the Benny's Beverage Depot looking for a Gose, and they had like one, and it's the one that's like around here, like near me, so I get it all the time. So I got a Twang Guava Sour by Spiteful Brewing.
Oh yeah.
So that's what I decided to get.
Nice.
This first thing I've had from Spiteful, and they are, I believe, out of Chicago. Yeah. So yeah, first time trying one of their beers, 4.5%, so pretty light. Try it out. Tart Tropical Bright, the Twang.
Nice. Yeah, you gotta love the sours and the gozes. 4.5% on this one as well. This is a vanilla peach gose.
Oh, that sounds good.
I feel like we could be talking about our rosés right now or something like that. A bunch of basic wine bitches or something. But yeah,
decent color.
Great raft brewing up in Lafayette, Louisiana. I will complain real quick. The Louisiana craft beer scene ain't shit.
No, it's not.
It's. Well, I mean, I guess it's the South in general. They just kind of lack the craft beer culture. Everyone here, they like their liquor and they like their
all right,
goddamn
dude.
Natties, man.
Dude, the Chicago craft beer scene is fucking lame. I haven't found a single IPA
Really?
that I'm like, this is really good. I'm telling you, man, the
I thought it was supposed to be huge there.
dude. No, there's okay stuff, but still, like the Carolinas, Asheville. Dude, if I could, I wish I could get like some wicked weed here. I do. Pernicious, man, Pernicious was so good. Well, just wicked weed, just a lot of their stuff was so good. But it's like here, this is weird. The IPAs here, they're really foamy. Like, do you know that foamy feeling when you've had like a heavy IPA and it's kind of like after a while it just feels bleh.
Your air fryer's ready.
Well, no, you need to answer my question about the IPA foamy feeling first. That can wait.
Priorities. Yeah, no, we're it's like you're half done drinking it, then some of it comes up a little bit already. It's just like you're already getting some backwash kind of.
The IPAs, and you know what I think it is too? Like, you know, the same thing with living in New York and Chicago, and they argue about pizza and blah, blah, blah. But if you want to one-up anyone, you can always say, well, you know, it's really about the water. The water argument. I feel like it's the same with, like, the foam argument. Because the IPAs here in Chicago are so much foamier, and it's just really filling. Even a low alcohol content IPA, it's
like those 5%, 6% like pale ales and stuff.
Yeah, they're just. I wish I could get some wicked weed here, or what was that IPA that has that Highland or something like that?
The Highland IPA.
Yeah, that was the AVL one. That was so good.
I miss my Burial Brewing.
Burial,
like up in North Carolina. Yep.
Yeah.
Even Brian remembers Burial.
I got my barrel glass down here.
He's got his Burial glass.
I have those Burial glasses that we bought when we were in Asheville. The ones that have the screen printed things on them.
Oh, dude, those are so cool. Like, I mean, it's such a cool graphic. I mean, yeah. Now and that's the other thing. All of like the marketing and the can art and stuff down here. It's like they're appealing to people who go to Bass Pro Shop. You know, they're like, all right, how are we going to market our latest beer?
Right.
Put a fish on it. Put someone like trying to catch it. Yeah. Or put a sports team on it, and boom, that's it. There's no, it's all boring shit like this. Like the can you had, Brian, is better than this.
Yeah, it's still pretty basic.
Yeah, but like
actually,
that's exciting.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
you didn't show that before.
Boom.
Yeah, I like simple artwork like this. But then,
just like you like your shirts, right?
yeah. Well, let's give you a single logo tee. Actually, upstairs, I was in the Rock Island area, so I stopped by Wake Brewing and got some of their what the hell is it called? Their seasonal Christmas stout. It's called
Ooh.
Oh God, what is it called?
What is some metal name? I'm sure
it's Krampus. I think it's Krampus Blood. But it's got a crazy cool artwork on the can. Actually, maybe I'll go grab one. I'll show you the artwork.
And Jimmy's highlighting one of the things I'm most jealous about, that Decibel Metal and Beer Fest, man. Jimmy and Rick, they got it both in Denver and in Philly. And is that the Burning Fortress mead? I bet that shit was good. So, well, there we go. I guess that was our beer conversation for the evening. So we've checked that off. So you now know it is definitely a Logan Drunken Metalhead stream. And yeah, we'll dive into some albums here in a second. I believe Rick's popping on too. Was that a Christmas present, Brian?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
The one I had out. This is actually I was giving it to my brother-in-law.
Oh, okay. Let's see this.
The Krampus blowout Nordic Stout.
See, that's how I like my
pretty
can
cool.
art right there. Just excessive, like like the album artwork. More is more.
There's a little bit. Yeah, it's pretty cool artwork. This is a
What's the percentage on that?
8.5.
That's good.
Yeah, I thought it was cool artwork.
Do you like your stouts and stuff? I know typically whenever I see you got a gose or some gin in your hand. So
yeah, no, I do not. I do not like that shit. That's why I bought it and I gave it away.
That's why I see that's an outgoing Christmas present.
Yeah.
Nice. For your brother, right? You said he likes.
Yeah, my
all
brother-in-law.
that stuff.
Yeah, my brother-in-law loves that. He likes everything. So he got me into the sours. He likes that. He likes the IPAs. He likes stouts. A good lager, pilsner. He will drink just about anything and knows all about them too. So whenever I'm up that way, I try to grab him something new. So
nice.
this year I thought it'd be cool to grab the seasonal stout while they had them. I think when I was up there, it was the first day they had it released. So
nice. No, yeah, good snack.
Yeah,
I try to be like your brother as well when it comes to beer. Like over the whole year, just range from everything. Like once again, to highlight something else we did on this channel with Tyler over here, we did a way too long stream where all we did was drink dark stouts and talk about mainly black metal, and it was fun, but it was also 6 hours. So I don't know how we pulled that one off.
Yeah, actually,
winter stream.
I made a list of a couple things and checked not beer but albums, and was checking them out earlier this week because you guys did that last weekend or the weekend before.
I think 2 weekends ago.
Yeah, 2 weekends ago. So I remember that week I had a little list of stuff I was checking out from your massive lists.
I'm still checking out stuff from Tyler. Tyler just had 30 to 40 albums, I feel like. But here, let me go ahead and get my beer, and then we can start diving into some albums.
Yeah.
Some albums here.
Yeah. He's got the professional for, unlike me.
It's all about the angle.
Yeah. How's it smell?
Oh, peaches and cream.
Peach vanilla. Yeah, that seems like it'd be a good combination. How?
It's good. No, it's good. It's definitely not a sour. Like there's some sours where
Yeah.
You can feel it, but this is definitely this tastes like a dessert, but kind of like a lighter dessert.
Is it still got that salty finish?
I guess a little bit. It does say it's got it's what? Let's see. Peaches, vanilla, lactose, coriander, and sea salt. So.
Okay, so it's got a little bit in there.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I think I was not overtly hungover, but do you know when you have those anxiety hangovers almost, or where you just feel like you're out of body experience? I was like that for probably a day and a half after that stream. So,
you were in a.
I was looking down at my puppet body,
in a bit of a beer coma.
Mm-hmm. Probably had about 3,000 calories of beer that night. I'm sure.
Yeah, that shit's heavy. That's mainly the reason why I can't drink that shit. It does bad things to me.
If I had one of those, Chris was talking about the IPAs that the foamy IPAs. Those stouts are not foamy, but they still fill you up in the same way.
It's like a pork chop in a can.
Yep. And some of them will market it like that. It'll be like the steak. The steak stout. God damn it, I don't want to drink a steak as a stout.
Liver and onions stout.
But they do that, yeah. All right. Well,
This is really
I'm gonna jump in with album pick here.
well, yeah.
Let's see. And cheers, Frederick. I guess you're already at Christmas Eve down there. So.
Oh yeah, we are counting down the hours to Christmas Eve, so we're getting there. A nice, good night for this.
Seriously.
Are you traveling at all? Or are you staying? You got people coming in to see you?
Yeah, got people
Cool.
coming in, which is nice for a change. So
yeah,
but definitely trying to get this out of the way before all the extra commotion kind of happens.
shenanigans.
Yep. So
Awesome.
let's see. So number 15 on my list for 2023. This is a band I saw live earlier in the year, and it made this band kind of finally click with me. Gorod with their latest album, The Orb. So this is definitely technical death metal, but it's very polished and clean technical death metal. And I think there's even some influence of Dozer, fellow Frenchman on here. It's a pretty pristine album. Like, it definitely highlights their guitar wizardry, if you will. But then at the same time, it feels so clean. It does take out some of the heft of it. So, which is why it's probably, number 15 versus a little bit higher. But it's still got some great songs on here. We Are the Sun Gods has some just really epic guitar solos and stuff towards the end. And then the title track, The Orb, that's where like the Gojira influence kind of comes out. There's some of that like, clean singing and stuff. And it definitely does pack a little bit of groove in there too. So I don't know, Brian, I feel like you've heard this one.
Yeah, well, you sent it my way after seeing them live, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We did an exchange.
I actually just put it back. I had it in this room. This is kind of where I have my like new stuff, and then I just put it on the shelf this week. Got it into Discogs and put it on the shelf this week. Yeah, I didn't. Gorod's a band I remember hearing about because I feel like they were on a major Willowtip. Yeah, that's right. So they were on Willowtip, so they got a good amount of push in like the mid 2000s, right? So one of those cool kind of proggy technical death metal bands. But I never really followed up with them, and so this one was cool to listen to and kind of get back into it. Yeah, definitely very clean. That ultra clean production, which is not a bad thing at all.
No, yeah, I think it kind of made some of the songs blend together for me a little bit. So like this is probably like a 7.5 out of 10. Try to give ratings when I can, but when I saw them live, they were amazing. It was at Chris. Did you ever go to the Milestone when you were in Charlotte? I don't remember if we went there.
Yeah, we saw.
We did go there.
We went there that night when who's that Peaceville band?
Mortos Scold. We saw Mortos Scold there.
Mortos Scold. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Fucking awesome, tiny little venue, and this band
it's like a house. It really is.
Thank you. Yeah. It is just a makeshift like shack with bad air conditioning or no air conditioning to speak of.
Dirt floor.
Almost. Like wood floor that you can like feel at the creeks while you're like moshing and stuff. But this band's full. Yeah.
It's kind of like, did you ever have the friend who had the boomer dad who created like the in-house den / bar, like with the built-in like the boomer bar where it was like a full-size bar, and
with like
a beer tap,
big leather like arm rail arm guards.
The Milestone, it's just like a larger sized house, but the basement is just a converted bar / stage. Anyway,
ideal music venue for sure.
Lately those kind of venues are like what I enjoy seeing bands in more now than like the corporate, venues, to be honest.
Oh yeah,
I like those little small clubs.
Dude, you don't pay for parking. Beer's not over $5.
No. They
Merch
let you
is
go.
cheaper.
They let you go in and out. If you buy shit, you can take it back to your car. You're not stuck in there.
In Charlotte, Logan, you'll remember this when what was it,
absolutely.
Morbid Angel? They were playing, and it was that sick lineup, but it was at one of the worst corporate venues ever. Like
the
it's
Live Nation venue.
Oh,
there.
it's such a buzzkill, absolute buzzkill. Like you would, and I turned down going to the show because you were at my apartment. And you're like, you ready? And I'm like, bro, it's too corporate. I just don't want to go. I'm not into. I'm going to save myself the money and the fucking misery.
He adjusted his hipster beanie and was like,
did.
It's too corporate for me, man.
Yeah, I was like,
you
back
weren't wrong.
in the day, it was different, but but oh my god, that place is awful. It's the Fillmore. It's the Fillmore Underground.
Yep.
It's so annoyingly corporate, like where they have this
they have
outline,
where
like you can't
walk.
stand. Yeah. You need to stand within this line.
The rest of it is like for traffic, right?
Yeah, and then they have security guards who come by and like, no, you need to be within the line.
Yeah.
And the volume is so low. The volume is really low, and beer is expensive. Beer is so expensive. Oh, it is the worst. It's like the biggest buzzkill.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Anyways.
All right, Brian, what you got, man? I guess you're number 10.
Yeah, some of these are I guess let me get this right away. Some of these are in order. Let's see. We'll just start with this one. This is an EP anyway. But full screen, look at me.
Oh yeah, dude. Only the best. Let's see.
Dipigus.
Yeah.
Wet Market. This is pretty short actually. I had 26 minutes. That's cool. But I love this band. I've always since I heard Death Ooze, I've been in this band. I thought Bushmeat was fantastic. They're just so freaking weird and nasty. I love their sound. I love what they're all about. I love the crazy artwork and the samples they use. So yeah, anything by this band is gonna make my list, really, no matter what. Just so off the wall. And new album new full length next year. So I'm definitely looking forward to that. But yeah, I thought Bushmeat was fantastic. And this came out on Head Split. So yeah, hadn't been out. No, this came out in June. I've only had it a few months though, but definitely in the rotation a lot. Wet Market by Dipigus. How do you pronounce them?
Dipigus is what I've heard. Yeah.
Wet Market EP.
Who the fuck knows? I've not checked them out yet, actually.
Oh, you haven't? Oh shit.
Nope.
Let's see. Yeah, Death Ooze came out in 2019, but I probably didn't get it until 2021.
Mm-hmm.
Bushmeat came out in 2021. That one's really good. This is a 3-piece. I think they've got a female singer and bass player. She gets super low in the gutturals. Yeah, it's awesome.
It sounds nasty. Like, especially if they got the samples and stuff going with it.
Yeah. Super cool stuff. So I'll start out with that one, Wet Market.
Good start.
Yeah. Super
Chris,
gross.
What you got, man?
So I went record shopping today and I bought a few things. So do you want to see my pickups that I got today, or does it need to be a 2023 best of?
Hey, honestly, like this is kind of us just hanging out. I'm gonna be going through my list and stuff, but you know, you guys
The rules are there are no
show off
rules.
what you want. Exactly.
Okay.
Like,
So
First of all, did you hit up Meteor Gem?
oh yeah.
no, but I went to Bucket of Blood.
Gotcha. Okay.
And Bucket of Blood is very good too.
Yeah.
So,
By the name alone, it sounds
For sure.
very good.
yeah, it's right around the corner. I knew what two things that I wanted, and I knew that that Bucket of Blood had them in the what I wanted.
Cool.
So I just got this in the mail today from I think Scotland, and you guys have heard me talk before about that space doom band I love called Slowmatics.
Oh yeah.
Well, and so their brand new one, this one that just came out in October.
So that is a 2023 release.
It is a 2023.
You're sticking with the rules. There we go.
I am. Well, here's the thing though. I pre-ordered it. This is the thing. I love the band, love their music. I absolutely hate their customer service because it is. Yeah, I pre-ordered it. October 8th is when the PayPal thing went through, and then just months go by, and then I emailed them. I sent like 5 emails to different addresses. I'm like, I haven't gotten my order yet. What's going on with this? Because I see it on Instagram, and then I had to do this thing on Bandcamp. I had to talk to someone. Anyways, it was a fucking shit show. So I got this today, but you guys know me. I always ordered the CD and the record.
Yep.
The CD wasn't included in this.
Nice.
So it's ordering from this band is such a pain in the ass. Like I wish I didn't like their music because it would save me so much headache and because everyone understands like that international mail order stress. Because there's so many more variables in play where it's like you're spending a lot of money on it, but you might not get it because of X, Y, and Z. Ordering from it usually takes like 3 months for me to get something from them. Like, yeah. Anyways, really awesome space doom. I absolutely love this band. I haven't listened to this
album. I liked it. I liked it a lot, but
you know what? I don't listen to it until I have at least the CD to listen to. I mean, I'll listen to like a demo or, like sort of like a preview, but I just want to hear it on my system,
Oh, yeah. And I know a lot of people do it that way.
I mean, the album artwork's always awesome, but this could have been a gatefold, and it's not. So,
is it a colored vinyl though?
Yeah, that's all that was available. Yeah, black.
I felt like it was one of those kind of releases where it was only on color.
It is only on color. It's not on black. Yeah, it's not on black. There are 3 variants, and which one is this?
See that one matches the artwork perfectly though. Like, look at that. Well, it also looks like a candy.
Yeah, it does look like real.
It looks like a fucking Jolly Rancher or something.
Yeah, something like
Jolly
that.
It looks nothing like a Jolly Rancher.
It's like
what candy does it look like to you? I don't know.
Like a peppermint pinwheels.
It is like a peppermint blue. Red.
Jolly Rancher.
I'm a candy aficionado.
You've showed me to be a poser, sir.
Well,
I'm sorry for coming at you.
Yeah. Jolly Ranchers are always one color.
I should have known better.
And they're rectangles, for God's sake.
Shit, what's the circular one? Fuck it.
They're like Spree? You talking about Spree?
I've never heard of Spree. I have no fucking idea.
Spree's like the circular, like the candy shell inside is really sour. No.
Who knows? All right.
They're all delicious, though. I could tell you.
Sugar.
All sugar.
Just concentrated sugar.
Yeah.
Just like that colored vinyl over there.
Look how freaking frothy this shit is.
Okay, so see, that's Yeah, that's just the beer right there.
It's pretty tasty.
Well, they call those legs, right? If it's a wine.
all that IPA foam, dude. I mean, we're all old. Like, does it just it carries you down? It's just like, ugh.
Here, let's help out McIrish. I think he should spend $80 to buy Kentucky on Discog.
I don't. I mean, I've never spent that much on English.
Okay, all right. You know what? You're right. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
It's going to be reissued. It's going to be reissued.
Don't do it. You don't need to spend $80 on it. You don't need the immediate satisfaction.
Yeah, there's quite a lot. I
It's
assume
not even the whole album's not worth that. It's I don't know. It's awful Photoshop work. First of all.
Right to that.
The one of the is that the one with
it's got the minor,
the minor, and then it's just like stock footage of like a forest, like
yeah. I think. I mean, I'm gonna.
Actually, I've only listened to that album like once or twice.
Oh, really?
It's not my favorite Penant. Well, I haven't given it proper time, so.
It's definitely.
I just look at the album artwork and I'm like, my God, this is such like 6th grader Photoshop work here. So I'm not gonna. I mean, yeah, 6th grader Photoshop work in 1998 was awesome, but in 2023 or whatever, like, give me a break.
You have to be at least a unemployed college graduate to get on with good album artwork.
No,
here.
For that type of photo, it's consistent among all of their albums where the Photoshop work is just so amateur. Where it's like seriously just a YouTube video of like learn Photoshop in 30 minutes and you can make a Panopticon album cover.
It looks like they just did a 10-year anniversary of Panopticon. Came out in May or June.
Yeah, honestly,
I think it's sold out already. So
I guess my gut instinct is to promote unnecessary money expenditure, but it's not a good thing.
No, you don't need $80.
Simon over here is right. Just hold off.
You know what? Get the CD. That's all you need. $15. Buy the CD. The satisfaction of having it in hand. That's all you need is the CD.
It certainly helps. Speaking of CDs, here's my number 14 right here.
Yeah,
the new Acid King, dude. Beyond Vision.
Nice.
This one's killer. It's a bit more like laid back and chill, and it's got a lot dronier kind of vibe than other Acid King albums, I think.
Yeah, it's a lot more instrumental.
It's not Bousse Woods, let's just say that. It is a lot more instrumental. Honestly, it's like I think it's 80-20. If you were to divide out the instrumental versus the actual vocals from Lori. But honestly, that makes it when her vocals come in, they hit that much better. Like The Mind's Eye, when that guitar riff like finally drops and that guitar solo comes in and then she starts singing. The lyrics are also super simple. But
they always are. It's usually pretty
Acid King has that. Yeah, Acid King. There's that woman who does the lead vocal.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, she's the main.
Yeah. Lori, yes, dude.
I haven't listened to them in so long, but yeah, I remember talking about that.
Check out the new one, man. Honestly, it's The Mind's Eye and Beyond Vision are like some of the two. Like those are like kind of the pillars that hold the front and the back of the album. But then, like Electromagnetic, Destination Psych, and stuff are great interlude tracks. And Color Trails is like it's fully instrumental for a closer, I believe, and it's really got a good triumphant kind of finish to the album. And this starts a theme here. Blues Funeral, the label, killed it this year.
Blues Funeral
has been doing awesome, and
yeah,
this is not the last time I'll mention them. So, number 14, Acid King, Beyond Vision.
Nice, good call.
No.
Yeah, Tyler's asking about if Binding Room was releasing standalone CDs when Kentucky came out. I believe so because I have a Kentucky CD digipack version that I bought not too long after Kentucky was released. So I know back then they were, now I think they kind of got away from that, and we're doing the vinyl with the CD inside, the just in a like a little, clear case. But back then they were still doing it separate. You could buy the record or the CD for the releases, but
that release still had the same awful photoshopped cover.
Yeah, and that's one of the.
But you can't judge every metal album by Photoshop covers because there's a lot of good stuff you're going to be missing out on, man. I mean,
after you listen to enough metal, you could start to look into the album cover and be like, okay, maybe this is probably more of a miss than a hit.
Well, there's definitely some where you can. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of like it's sick when you do buy the vinyl and you still get the CD. Because I do sometimes buy vinyl anyway for the right album.
Yeah.
And then it saves me from having to buy the CD. So I'm good with it.
Okay, so Alaskan Bergwander says he doesn't. So is it a jewel case with the slip case over it, or is it a digipack?
That comes with the vinyl?
Vinyl. He's saying a big beef he's had with Bind Ruin, spending vinyl prices to get a shitty slipcase CD.
I'll show you what he's talking about.
It's a CD in a clear plastic sleeve. It's not even a.
Yeah, that's kind of like what I have with a Faith No More. We Care a Lot.
It's that.
It's a double LP plus CD. This is common. It's really common with because. Well, you know what? The very first press of Blood Incantation, the one with the alien on the cover. I have the very first German press where it came with a CD, but it still was just the CD in this little. That's very common. It's not Bind Ruin at all.
Oh yeah,
but they don't do a CD only for the Bind Ruin for their release.
That's what's irritating me about a lot of underground labels is that they're either doing just vinyl and tape or just vinyl and nothing else. I put CDs out, dude. I'm serious. I'm so tired of these labels thinking that. Oh, well, first of all, fucking vinyl is so fucking commercial and trendy and everything. Just put CDs out for the people who are on a budget,
Yes, please.
Yeah, I think the issue is they just don't sell that well for him.
CDs are picking up because vinyl is becoming so expensive where people are buying more CDs now.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one, and with Tyler over here too.
Well, at Alaskan Berg,
CDs all the way.
Yeah,
I'm gonna break the seal. You guys keep talking though.
I'd probably buy more CDs than anything, but I'll buy all three.
I don't buy
depending on what it is. I'll probably go CD first. That's probably
I always go CD first, and then if I like it, I'll also buy the record. And there are a lot of things where I know I want both. Like, okay, so what I just ordered, and I have been singing the praise about this album. Black Sabbath Technical Ecstasy is an incredible album. So the 5 LP box set, the Super Deluxe.
Yes.
I just ordered the 5 LP version and also the 4 CD box set. So I'll have it in both formats because I want the Steve Wilson remix.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
And dude, Technical Ecstasy is a great album. It really is. Listen to it enough. Dirty Women, Gypsy. I mean, so many goods. Even It's All Right. Guns N' Roses. And the Use Your Illusion, the double LP, the live one.
Yeah.
They covered It's All Right. And that's Bill, the drummer, doing drums and vocals at the same time, but in like 1976 is when that came out. So,
wow. Bill Ward.
Bill Ward, yeah.
All right.
All right.
What's your number 9, man?
Well, I'm gonna get these short ones out of the way and go with the Blood Incantation Luminescent Bridge. Technically a single, 18, pushing 19 minutes, so close to an EP, I guess. But I thought I'd talk about this one, bring it up. It seems like with their last release, you had a big group subsection of the fans that were not happy with the electronic direction they were taking, and this really doesn't stray far from that. Obliquity of the Ecliptic is kind of return to their main sound, but Luminescent Bridge is pretty cool, ambient, guitar driven ambient space kind of sounds going into it. So I think both of these tracks are really good. So I'm looking forward to hearing the full length when it's done and ready. I know the new Spectral Voice is coming out this year. They've been touring a lot. They jumped on. Yeah, see, there's people like that that don't like the electron. I personally love it, but I've been getting into that kind of Berlin school, German inspired electronic music the last few years. So it really hit home for me. I thought Time Wave Zero was fantastic. I still listen to it, quite often.
It's fun. I recently revisited the albums from 2022 that I've listened to the most this year. I think that one was either the most listened to or the second most listened to, just because Time Wave Zero is just so good.
Yeah, it's so expansive,
kind of unique and great, just background music that you don't have to really be taxed by.
Yeah, very true. I actually ordered that live Blu-ray they put out of them performing it in its entirety in Denver, Colorado. So I put that on. It's a cool live interpretation of it. So this, I think this is going to be. I think that's part of their sound, and it's going to be part of their sound. So I don't really see that it's necessary for them to
hide it.
to make another project and release music under that. It's been a part of it. If you go back and listen to that live vitrification, there's a lot of electronic stuff on that, a lot of experimental stuff on that. So yeah. I mean, I get it. I get people who may not like that style of music, so they want their death metal to stay death metal, but they're pushing boundaries. That's kind of their thing. I personally enjoy it, and
me too.
And yeah, I think they toured Australia this year, toured Europe, got on some big major. They're on that.
I saw them for the first time this year. Right? They opened up for Obituary. I saw them for the first time on that, and they killed it. They played the Giza pyramids, and it was awesome. They played the first song through that EP that they have. I don't remember the name of it. Damn. But they played a very good balanced set, and no Time Wave Zero. So
I mean, because they have to bring in a whole separate load of gear to play that shit. They might be able to play a little bit of it on their intros and shit, but it's I think there's one acoustic guitar on that live performance they did. Everything's synthesizers and Moog and maybe some I think there's a little bit of percussion.
That's just cool.
Yeah, it's If you haven't checked out the
live.
Yeah, you should check it out. It's cool. Even if you don't like watch them, because it's kind of boring just watching them. It would probably be cool to be there and listen, but I just have it on I just listen to it. The audio, the audio track. So, yeah.
Yeah, I did like that EP or that the single, but it really didn't click with me like Human Histories or even Hidden Histories or Time Wave Zero did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, even Time Wave Zero was a bit more like I've listened to it like 4 or 5 times, but it's such a good album.
This is the German first press where it has the CD poster, booklet, and CD.
Oh, okay, yeah.
With it, and what's weird is that there's a difference in like the album packaging for the domestic release and the European one, where the domestic release it's on a matte stock and it has a larger spine. It's weird why there are 2 versions, but it's the European one that has the CD with it. So yeah, and it's just in like the usual slipcase for Alaskan Berg Wanderer, who's just like a Karen of CD freebies and an LP. Come on. He is. He's like, let me talk to your manager.
Get Marty on the phone. Chris, was that your pick, man? You got a.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right. So, something that I bought today? You want to see that?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
That Bucket of Blood Caveman Cult.
Oh, I always miss either seeing these guys live or actually checking out their music.
Caveman Cult, I think they're from Miami, but I mean, I've heard this before. I was like, yeah, this is awesome, but I also think it's dudes from like in Miami, that whole like sick metal / hardcore scene. It's very incestuous, so I think it's like dudes from Torch, who I love Torch by the way, but like. I think that it's a lot of like the Torch, Floor, whoever of like the whole Miami scene. I could be completely wrong, but or House of Lightning. That's I need to find that CD because that's a good 2023 pull right there. House of Lightning. But this is just raw fucking. Think of Bestial Warlust and Gospel of Horns, just raw, filthy, like blackened war metal. Really good stuff. Put out by Nuclear War Now. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I because they toured recently with like Goat Whore and Incantation, I believe, and I miss seeing them because I moved from. Of course, it was an Incantation tour, right? So they played through Greensboro, so McCanty could see his wife or whatever in Greensboro, North Carolina.
Okay.
And I miss seeing him because that's right when I moved down to New Orleans. So, but I would love to get into Caveman Cult. Sure.
It's just filthy, just absolutely just raw, nasty war metal. Yeah.
Like Ryan, I'm popping into a new beer. We got a Radler here, which
Ooh,
I don't
beer, huh?
I don't like Radlers and I don't like grapefruit, but I don't know. I found this for like $1. I think it might be expired or whatever. So if I open this and it just goes like, if this is a squirter, don't be surprised.
I got a pretty basic Spotted Cow.
Oh, dude, I love that. I love that one, man. The New Glarus is good.
Yeah.
stuff.
Anytime anybody I know is headed to Wisconsin, they ask to bring back
We're safe.
cans.
Miss.
Keep in the fridge.
So someone in the chat, McIrish, says, Chris, you're drunk, which I'll admit I had a few before the stream tonight. You have 30 seconds to turn around and choose 5 things from your
We're gonna
collection.
be here a while.
Oh boy.
Yeah, don't feel like you have to answer that right now. Let's get through a round of picks, and then you can like mention that if you want.
But trust me, McIrish, I will not let you down.
All right, real quick, the Radler, man, it's 2.5% alcohol, so it tastes like I'm drinking juice.
Yeah, it's basically
which is what I don't need another beer at this point, so that's why it kind of comes in handy. But at the same time, I feel ripped off. So
at 2.5%, you're better off just drinking a lot of mouthwash. Like you know how you'll see on TV those documentaries about hardcore alcoholics, and they just turn to the point where all they do is they just drink mouthwash. I bet they get like a better buzz off of that than they would a Radler. You know?
Yeah, I'm with Tyler here. Like, I don't like grapefruit juice. This is actually better because at least the alcohol makes it sweeter. But straight grapefruit, probably my least favorite of all the fruits. Bottom tier. Is that one of your picks, Chris?
Oh, well, McIrish said to pick something.
I know. Is that one of your 5 that you grab in a case of a forest fire or whatever?
Carp self-titled. Fuck
okay.
Yeah, dude. Fucking Carp self-titled. Holy shit, this is awesome. This is the dude who went on to form Big Business, who also played in Melvins. You know, the dude with the fat guy Jared with the white man's afro. Fucking, and then I think the drummer also, I think Cody maybe, did he play in Carp?
I've never heard Carp, but I do love Big Business. Here Comes the Waterworks is killer.
This is the same thing where it's I can't remember this is like 90s kill rock star stuff. And it is fucking just heavy, sludgy. I don't think there was a guitarist. I think it was bassist, drummer, and then something else.
Nice. Real quick, I want to say what's up to Jake in Utah. Cheers, man. What you drinking tonight, man? And what are
Jake?
What are your top picks for the year too? I'm curious. I don't know. Here's another one of mine. Number 13. Yeah, we're moving through it slowly. Here we go. Active Impalement, Infernal Ordinance. So these guys are from Tennessee. I saw these dudes live. They came through New Orleans back in October as just a killer lean mean 3-piece. And this is out on Caligari. I think of them as like death metal with a little bit of that war metal intensity, just like a little bit, but mainly they got that just
a little bit of crustiness.
Old school, yeah, a little bit of crustiness in there, and a little bit of just the wall of sound kind of death metal, but at the same time it's a little more restrained, and you can tell when they switch from one section of the song to the other versus it all kind of like blending in together as one giant SoundCloud bite, you know. But the riffs on here are absolutely killer. Tracks like Bog Body, Summoning the Final Conflagration. The final song, Erased, is just super, super slow, but then yeah, they like to play with those dynamics of slow to fast with their songwriting, you know, like slow, almost like Death Doom part into the just blistering war metal piece. So yeah, Active Impalement. This shit's good. Easily a 8 out of 10 for me for this year. So definitely a band to check out.
I think I have one of their CDs, an earlier one.
You might have their first one, which I did pick up too when I saw them live.
I remember trying to think of the label. What label did that come on?
This came out on Unspeakable Acts.
Unspeakable Acts had that.
Yeah, dude.
It was in there.
Perdition Cult
show.
is this one.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
that's the one.
Yeah, with also Dark Descent somehow got tagged.
Yeah,
in on
Dark
that
Descent and Unspeakable Acts are kind of connected.
Yeah.
Somehow, I think they're. I'm not sure.
So both are good. Both
Unspeakable Acts.
good. I do like this one a little bit more. All right, Brian.
Oh, it's my turn. Okay, I gotta stick with the hometown hype here, and another short one, clocking in at 24 minutes. The newest release from Night Mother.
Oh,
very
nice.
glossy.
Yes,
super glossy. And that's I took it out of the sleeve.
It looks like it still has a sleeve on it.
It's
Almost.
super glossy. 3 tracks. This is some atmospheric doom. It's called In Beautiful Sorrow. Yeah, I kind of describe them as like Neurosis mixed with some Yob, and of course Minsk, which is also from my area. So very, very kind of ritualistic and dark, little gothic. They do have some. I think they have some keyboards, some organ type sounds that they put in there. Super slow, super long, super mournful. This is. I know this is. They got out for. I think over the summer they got out for a few live dates, which they don't normally do a lot of live shows. But they got out for a few, like they opened up for Belzebong over in Indianapolis, which was really cool. And then I think they played Chicago show. They played maybe up in over in Iowa, maybe St. Louis as well. But there was some talk that they were going to do a hometown record release show. That hasn't happened yet. This came out in June. At least I think the CD came out in June. I bought both, so I got the CD and LP. So there's some delay with the LP, but this is out on their Bandcamp. Night Mother, check them out. I know Logan's been educated on them a little bit. We've talked about that before.
Yep. I have their Sacrament EP.
Yeah,
I still have to get that one, but that one easily lives up to it. It's one of those where it's almost one long song at 24 minutes.
Yeah.
It
kind of runs together.
Builds perfectly. Yeah,
but I really like this one. I hope they get out and play some more shows. I'm not sure if Jake's Cruelty. Yeah, that's a cool album too. So yeah, Night Mother.
Yep.
Not on any label. I think they still self-release. So maybe that'll change this year. It'll get picked up by somebody.
I feel like some bands just enjoy having that control and that ability to just self-release their stuff, and maybe that's that's
part of it too.
All right, Chris, you still picking out your 5 In Case of Fire albums over there?
How about so I'm not going to pick from something behind me, but I'll pick from a few stacks of CDs that I have right here. And this is something that, so this is, I think, an insanely underrated album. It's a controversial album because it was when a historic band changed their sound.
Two Live Crew, as nasty as they want to be.
No. It is Napalm Death, Fear, Emptiness, Despair.
Oh,
I like
that. Is a great album, dude. Here. And stay that one,
dude. Fear, Emptiness, Despair. I would say this is my second favorite Napalm Death album. This is such a good album, and this is it. It's definitely in the 90s when Napalm Death metal bands just in general were just changing their sound.
Carcass did it.
Slayer,
Yep,
like
Slayer
bands were
did it.
this came out, I want to say, what was this, like 94 when this came out?
Yeah.
And this is such a great album, dude. I mean, there's more groove to it, but the thing is it still has that. I've always said this forever. My favorite era of Napalm Death is early Barney. So Utopia Banished, fucking the one that's the EP that has like the mostly Mass Appeal Madness. And this is when it's like, okay, it's still early Barney, but they changed their sound to go with more groove, and I think it's just awesome. I absolutely love this album.
Yeah.
I thought like Earache did that whole, like, you know how they do that thing, their vinyl on demand thing?
Yes.
Which
Better
their
or worse?
vinyl on demand pressings are garbage. They're absolutely garbage.
I
And
had to.
yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
I've had nothing but disappointment with their vinyl on demand pressings, but I got the VOD pressing for this, and it's just like, I love this album. I also just bought the live album that they put out, because I placed an order with, right here. I placed an order with Haunted Hotel, and I bought a bunch of stuff from them, but I got Napalm Death bootlegged in Japan, which is,
Oh, my bad.
like the Napalm Death Screaming Face albums. So Fear, Emptiness, Despair, Greed, Killing, and then there was another one too, just the Screaming Face ones. This is like all that stuff live, and it's
Like inside the Torn Apart or something.
Words from the Exit.
Oh, that, yeah.
Yeah. It's so good, man, so good. Because this is Napalm Death. I think in '96 is when this was recorded. So yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, I feel like if you admit to liking diatribes, which I've admitted to a few times, you get kind of the stigma, like you don't know what the hell you're talking about. I like diatribes.
Yeah,
I do. In fact, I was looking through my shelves are getting a little, I don't have much room left, so I'm like, well, what can I get rid of? What can I, maybe try and sell? And I'm like, a lot of these Napalm Death albums I just don't like. But I would keep Fear, Emptiness, Despair, and Diatribes. The rest of it, I don't really care about.
Fear, Emptiness, Despair is like them at their most death metal.
That's why I like it.
Like,
I don't like Brian. I'm not really
yeah.
a Brian fan.
Yeah.
Well, and also the split they did with Coalesce.
I love that one so much.
That one's so good. Yeah,
God,
it's really
good. I'm lucky enough to have that one.
In Tongues We Speak, I think is what it's called. I have the CD, but it's where it's like the tongue with the nails in it. Yeah.
No, that's great. My favorite Coalesce music is on that too.
I think that was the time when, there came a point when Napalm Death was just a band writing songs, making albums, but once a band reaches that headliner sort of stage in their career, which is good for them financially. But it's kind of like,
what do they do from there? Or they care less a little bit?
I don't know. I really like that whole Screaming Face album era.
Nice.
Yeah, Barney's pretty ferocious on those albums.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty. So my number, I think 12 I got. 12. Yeah. Here. So speaking of controversial albums for 2023, I think I've heard a lot of mixed reviews about this one. Sanguisugabog, Homicidal Ecstasy, and really I've just heard mixed reviews about this band in general, but I've always liked this band.
I feel like a lot of that Sanguisugabog hate is from people who have never really listened to them or seen them live.
Look at that,
I gotta say, lately I've heard a lot of praise for that album. I have not heard it yet.
It's, I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I can see some reasons for not liking it. Like, it's not the most like adventurous album guitar wise. If you're going in looking for a killer drum album, this is it. Like, Cody the drummer is amazing. I like their vocalist too. He's pretty straightforward, but he makes me think of Broken Hope, like early Broken Hope, or even when they came back with the Gorgasm vocalist. I don't remember what his name is off the top of my head.
Oh, Damien.
Yeah, Damien. Yeah, that Open for Disease album.
Yeah,
that they had. Like, it kind of makes me think of that. Like, it's straightforward. It's simple in like the guitar songwriting, and honestly, the guitarists themselves, I think, very much come from a hardcore background. Like, you can tell, like, their main purpose is just to like bludgeon and get like the riffs going and get like these very simplistic chugs, but then the drumming underneath it is just insane, and it really carries the album. And the parts of the album that really stand out are because of the drummer and because of what Cody's doing. And then, as I said, over top, Dylan, I think, is that what I said his name was? The vocalist, he's great too. And yeah, tracks off of this I'd recommend: Face Ripped Off, track 2, Pissed, track 3. That honestly, that has some of the best like most interesting like kind of drum beats that really kind of drives like the chorus part. And then track 5, Hungry for Your Insides. That song is my favorite, and it's like it's just a 2-minute like nonstop double bass just blasting song. And I mean, you can tell like I'm only listing off songs that are in the beginning of the album, so it is a little bit front heavy, and probably it did not need to be about 40 minutes long. I mean, that's a bit on the too long side for an album like this. But I don't know, I'm a huge fan of this band. To me, their best release is still that first EP released on Maggot Stop, Pornographic Seizures.
Yeah,
dude, I love that so much. Like, that's the Sanguisuga Bog released. They got just some of the best guitar riffs on there. The track Ingest, Uningest, or whatever. Fucking awesome.
Yeah, I saw them open. Oh, go ahead.
They were the last band I saw before we hit the quarantine. I saw them March of 2020. Like, it was like, I remember the date. It was March 13th. So that was like a couple of days before the whole world shut down, you know? So they hold a special place in my heart. And I did not like their previous album, Tortured Whole, as much. But to me, this one, it reclaims some of the songwriting and stuff. So I'm glad Nate likes the drumming. Yeah, drumming on here is killer. So
I think I saw them open for Nile and Incantation when they were touring.
Yes,
a couple years ago.
Chris and I, we saw that tour
in Greensboro.
Yes,
that was a good show. Yeah,
yeah. They stopped him. Yeah, as far as gutturals go, no one touches Broken Hope and Joe Tacha.
No. Oh no, yeah,
fucking king. Like, seriously.
When
Vows of Repugnance.
When Logan and I saw Shish Kebab or Sanswiga Sabab or whatever, I don't know. I'm so over like bands that have a name that has X number of syllables. Like, keep it to a 3-syllable max. Like, seriously, but nobody is impressed with your word salad band name. But when we saw them at that place in Greensboro, that was awesome because that's where McEntee. It was the same tour. Incantation,
Nile, as you said, yeah.
I Am. I was wasted because for us that was like at the tail end of COVID, and that was like the first show I had been to in like 2 years, and I was throwing money around. I'm like, I'm ready to have fun. But McEntee was making out with that one girl in the crowd.
Dude, that was his wife or whatever, the hot Asian chick.
She was hot. Yeah. Oh yeah, she was hot. She was a little carb heavy, so you could tell she likes her alcohol. But man, like But the thing is that he kept making out with her like crazy, like they were horny teenagers.
Well, maybe he had been on tour like for weeks, and that was the first time that he was on his way home, right? Because I think, well, you look
Yeah,
at
that was like the
lives in
last. That was
Pennsylvania
like the
somewhere.
last state. One
live
of the
in
last
Jersey?
states.
I'm sure
Yeah.
that at
He-
every
yeah,
show,
He lives in Greensboro.
every show, I can assure you, probably every show, there are at least a handful of women lined up ready to go if he wanted it. Be playing in a band, especially being a headliner, totally.
Oh, I don't think Incantation.
We're not talking about Van Halen here. It's fucking Incantation.
I don't think Incantation's quite doing that.
I'm sure there are some.
We know
along
what
the way.
Chris was watching during the show though. It was
No, I was. Well, the thing too, because like we were, I had my vape pen, so I kept pulling hits, and I was super stoned. But then I was standing there watching him making out with a girl. But then he turned and he looked at me, and he's like, "This weird dude is staring us down." And I was just really stoned.
It'd be weirder if like he was making out with her, but still like keeping an eye on you, like
No, there was that.
watching you while he's like,
Yeah, he did the side eye. Like,
Yeah,
like
what's with you, amigo? What
what
are you?
is he trying to get like a threesome going or something?
Were they like in the crowd, or were they like backstage?
It was right.
they were at the merch booth.
It was.
Oh,
at the
okay.
merch
They
booth.
were at the merch booth. It was
Well,
definitely the
Dude,
dude's wife.
It was his turn to collect the money and
They
do a
were-
little heavy petting.
They were tonguing. He was like groping. I'm sure that maybe.
I bet it was just it's been the end of the tour. He was ready to go, ready to get on the bus.
Then I bought a record and I asked him to sign it too. I was like, I got him to sign Vile Sect of whatever. I bought
Yeah.
the LP and I'm like, will you sign this?
I got that same shirt, and I
Vile
hate it
Sect
because
of
too much
Divinity,
print on it.
dude. Ah, it's
Actually,
cooler
both
album
my
cover.
Incantation shirts are full.
I wish it
back.
had stuff on the back. It doesn't have anything on the
Yeah,
back.
I
I
got
miss
that.
a plastic thing.
I got the Relapse bundle when that came out. I actually have 3 Incantation shirts. I got a Onward to Golgotha shirt too.
One of the sickest locals. One of the sickest logos.
Yeah.
Sorry, I saw Chris's comment and lost my train
No,
of thought.
absolutely. Like doing the whole like.
Oh my god.
All right,
No,
Brian,
thoughts,
save us from this conversation. What you got?
Has anyone brought up Majesties yet? Did this?
No, not yet. Sick
Well,
album.
we got to get some $20 spit on here, right? And I'm just a fucking Tanner Anderson fanboy, so whatever he puts out, I'm gonna thoroughly enjoy. And yeah, it's a love letter to the early Gothenburg melodic death metal scene, and it's good. I think it, it does sound a little like Obsequiae, and I fucking love Obsequiae, so I think it's fantastic. It's one of I think $20 spin. I've been kind of ignoring a lot of their releases, but this one definitely I jumped on strictly because of that. Just my affinity for his musical writings and accomplishments. So I'm not familiar with the other guys in the band, to be honest. But I think he joined Marty and Alan for a heavy metallurgy episode.
They did a melodic death metal.
Yeah. So that was cool to check out.
It was that episode with the 2 bald guys. Like they're both bald.
Yeah, one's closeted and one's kind of out about it, right?
Yeah, the one has his monitor, like the frame, like he has his like if my head was like this. That's how he does all of his like YouTube video.
Yeah. This is cool. Cool artwork. Vast Reaches Unclaimed. I still put it on.
Yeah.
Okay, and Tyler's saying in Exorum.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well,
That's
I
the
definitely,
that's the
I
other
definitely will.
project.
Yeah, cool. Okay. Cool, thanks for that.
Them and Obsequii.
Yeah, and actually, Marty actually keyed me into one of his main influences, which is a band called Fall of the Leaf. As far as like Obsequii goes, which I think is a Swedish band.
What was the name of that one?
Fall of the Leaf.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Fall of the Leaf.
Yeah. Well, LEFE, right?
Leafe. Yeah, I'm sure.
See, Tyler knows that one. I know.
Their first album's kind of hard to find. Their second album's a little. I was able to catch that, but yeah, it's real kind of melodic and
what's going on?
Slightly folky, I guess. It's cool stuff.
Now it's a party. We got Rick
Rick's
over
here.
here. What's with the longest name of the stream? Where's the Tylenol? I am not asking that question yet. Give it a night though.
Oh yeah, it's my thing, man. Like every Christmas, I must watch Christmas Vacation. It's like if I don't, I'm gonna fall apart. Like it's just gotta get my Griswold in.
It's a holiday classic.
I watched it with my 14-year-old daughter a couple weeks ago.
Did it hold up?
She did not get it. This new generation it's gonna die.
What's
gonna die with that?
That look of disappointment in her faces. Like you tell them it's like the best things to slice bread is like because it's so part of you, right? And then you're like
all the jokes. It's like they went over her head. A couple of times she thought it was funny, but it was not what we made it out to be.
Yeah. And then I look up the feed, right? We're like, okay, I guess I'll put on Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer for like the 100th time.
Here we go.
Christmas Vacation. Damn it.
Well, and Die Hard. Let's not forget, Die Hard is a Christmas movie.
It is. It's official now. There's been a scholar wrote a whole essay about it. I think.
You always know it's Christmas
Can't
when
argue with
Hans
that.
Gruber falls from the top of Nakatomi Plaza.
Right. Well, when you got Run DMC, Christmas in Hollis on the soundtrack, it's Christmas music.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Christmas movie. You can't go wrong. It's official.
Gremlins is too.
Gremlins. I was just gonna say that. I was trying to get. That was the other movie we were gonna watch.
I don't want to.
Fuck yeah, Gremlins.
Man, I hope you're not disappointed by that one.
Gremlins is a Christmas movie.
Yeah. But no, Rick, dude, thanks for joining, man. I know. You might be doing a best of coming up shortly, right?
I was still too young when like the original Gremlins came out, but I wonder if the people who rush to go see Gremlins or like Phoebe Cates is in it. Is she gonna go topless again? I gotta know.
Oh, that's right.
So I didn't have the context at the time. So, but kind of catching up years later, it makes you kind of wonder, like, if that's the case. But
thanks for joining in, man.
I didn't pull like a formal ranking. I'm gonna be on that like heavy metallurgy thing like later in the week. So don't want to do the big reveal quite yet. But what I did was I pulled some stuff that's like on the lists per se, but no particular order.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll just play it off like that.
So we're still guessing, I guess.
It's been a good year. It's been a good year for metal in general.
I
meant to mention this, but to me, I feel like this is the best it's been in a couple of years. Like maybe 2020 was the last one I thought was like this good, but like this is definitely better than last year or 2021 in my opinion.
It's hard to compare.
I just look at my bank account and be like, how much of this shit was? When you go to like Quicken or whatever, and there's like it pulls that the chart for you, like how much you spent on entertainment and like everything else. There's a category for music, like so. It's the pie is a little wider this year, so it's like music's been pretty good, or I've been more irresponsible. can't quite figure it out.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's like during COVID, I bet everybody was spending more because you're sitting at home and you're buying mail order shit.
Mm-hmm.
But I was buying a lot of stuff too that I never really went back to. It's like I was just buying music. Like I was buying a lot of shit. I was like, how much of this have I returned to?
Yeah, you
a lot of stuff this year.
find stuff. You find stuff that was cheap and buy it just because. Well, there's people on YouTube talking about it and they say it's good. So.
Well,
So you get stuck with it, and it's like it's fine, it's good, but it's nothing special. So my goal this year is to try and I say this every year, but try and just buy the stuff I really, really, really like instead of every fucking $20 spin release, every Dark Descent release. You know,
inflation wasn't as bad back in 2020, and you know we were also worrying like I might die this year. There's a virus. Let me just buy all this music. You know, I can still enjoy it. Like I'm sure there's a segment of the population.
Well, many of us were furloughed too.
That's true. Yeah.
Or we were unemployed. I mean, I was furloughed for a certain amount of time, but it was like the unemployment and everything that we got like during that time was like I was being irresponsible with it. I'll tell you that.
It's like
I bought way too many records during that time.
Nest egg? What's that?
Who needs one of those? We'll live forever.
Yeah, and then they threw that stimulus at us. It's like all of a sudden, like we got like $2,000 just shows up in your bank account, like out of nowhere. You're like, you know,
it's like an early tax return.
Yeah, it's like $20spin.com, and you could just go through your roster of sites, and you just start plowing away, and then your bank account takes a hit.
You went full Jeff mode. Just started buying.
Yeah. I didn't buy a bunch of guitars though.
Six new guitars and fucking 20 or 30 box sets per day.
Well, the crazy thing is, it's not just the guitars; it's the shit that's attached to it. It's like, okay, now I need like pedals and processors, and you know all the accessories that go with the thing that you're gonna buy that goes with the thing. You know, on top of that.
I just took I was hanging out with my son on Friday. He was out of school, so I took him. We went to Guitar Center, and he was like messing around this keyboard he really liked. I'm like, oh shit, it's like $900. I don't think I could buy it, but keep enjoying. You know, keep playing on it.
Yeah,
it sounds. Good. He was doing like the Halloween theme on it, and people were stopping and like coming in to check on him.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. He likes like theme music, so he does that. His other go-to is like the Beverly Hills Cop theme.
See?
Yeah. What's that?
So some of your movie recommendations are rubbing off on people. I see. Maybe your daughter is not getting it, but
yeah, she's not.
Someone in the house is.
He's excited for the new Axel Foley movie.
Beverly Hills Cop. That's making a comeback too. Did you guys watch that trailer?
It's fucking. It looks funny.
Yeah, I'm
excited about it because 3 sucked. 3 was a dumpster.
Yeah.
2 was excellent.
Beverly Hills 3 was like what RoboCop 3 was. It's like it didn't need to exist.
Yeah. Why? It's just a money. We're just gonna try and cash in on.
Well, okay. So what were there like 13 Friday the 13th movies? And then there were like 8 Police Academy movies.
Well,
and then there were like 6 Porky's movies. I mean, it was a different time. And honestly, I think even watching Porky's 6 would be more entertaining than most of what's coming out nowadays.
Watching Police Academy, like in today's context, it's like, and you show it to like, if I were to show it to my nephew or somebody, it's like, first of all, the amount of dad jokes and that shit, like it would all go over their head. It was just complete cringe. You know, it just doesn't hold up the same way like you think it would. You know, it's for that time period. It's like if you were around, like that was what was funny, but it does not hold up the same way.
So you're saying Police Academy 6 didn't hold up over time? Wow.
Which way?
You heard it here first.
I don't remember that. I gotta find out.
That's the exception.
Did that one still have? If it still have Steve Guttenberg, then I'll still be all.
Oh my god!
And then the guy who's like
Michael. What's his name? Michael Johnson.
He does stand up. He performed at the Comedy Zone in Charlotte.
Michael.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's
That was a solid venue. Yeah.
yeah.
All right, Chris, you got a pick for us, and we'll
George Martin.
loop Rick in.
Okay, so is this what I picked up today or a 2023 pick?
Go 2023. What you got for 2023?
2020.
I feel like because I'm not trying to be
I
up
want to know what's new.
incredibly late. So
Oh god.
Hey Chris, is that like your normal lighting in the room, or does it get brighter in there?
it's the mood lighting, I think.
The moonlight. Okay,
I have a lamp over
it's like
there.
the Marvin Gaye lighting. Just in case.
Right? Yeah, so I can get romantic with myself. All right.
Oh yeah, Scott. The Michael Winslow, man, like that guy.
Michael Winslow, he's
There you
the sound effect guy.
Yeah.
What was the name of the bar?
Every time I watch,
oh
like,
my god!
oh yeah, the Gridlink. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm assuming those are your multiple copies.
I didn't buy every variant of this one because Willow Tip is a fucking ripoff. Like the prices that they were charging for this are absolutely ridiculous. It was like, and this is a scam that I'm going to talk about later on, is that there are some labels now that are trying to one up flippers. So what they're doing is that like the lower press count variants, how they'll have like, oh, this is the ultra diehard 150 pressings of some stupid looking splatter or whatever. So then what they were doing is they were charging like an additional $10 per variant of, like the baseline of the cheapest, but then it was like an additional X amount of dollars, like a stamper change for them to clean the stampers and change like the puck. It's like $2, but they were charging like an additional 10. Willow Tip, totally just an absolute ripoff that what they did with this release. How like seriously, like the lowest count variant, and none of it was black vinyl. No black vinyl at all. It's all colored because that's what's trendy. But like the 150 count pressing, which is the lowest count, they were charging like $45 for just a single LP, and that's without shipping. And I'm like, that is a fucking scam what they're doing. And that's what it is now, is that they're a label where it's like, okay, we're going to one up the flippers. And I really hate what's happening with a lot of the whole like vinyl market right now.
It's no real rhyme or reason, right?
Yeah, well, I was talking about it before you popped on, but that was one of my honorable mentions, Chris, was that Gridlink album. And
it's a great album.
That was like the first thing you showed, right?
But, yeah. But $45 for a 45 RPM single LP.
Yeah.
And the album itself is 19 minutes of music.
And well, I mean, it's not even that
version, but like, who needs
the pressing, the jacket, it's just, I think, GZ Media, where the bulk of North American pressings are all pressed from. So it's the same quality product, but they're charging this huge inflated price. I mean, it really is. And Willow Tip is doing that with other pressings that they're putting out too. So it's like, it's fucked up. I mean, it's fucked up, but I understand it at the same time.
Well, how does the music stack up for you, at least?
I love John Chang's vocals, and Takafumi Matsubara is like my favorite grindcore guitarist, and then Brian Fiahardro from PLF, and all, sick fucking grind drummer. I mean, it's an incredible album. It's not my favorite Gridlink album, but it's a very good album, and I for grindcore releases for 2023, it's my favorite grindcore release.
Yeah, might be mine too, I think.
And I've always loved John Chang's style of screaming. How it's just, it is so much screaming nowadays is so Pro Tools and just ridiculous, and like we'll even see like for like trendy, like sort of young bands on Instagram, You'll see them, and they're standing there, and they're just behind this microphone where the gain is like on 11, and they're just like that, but it sounds like they're screaming and it's sick just because the gain is up so much. John Chang, his vocals are so raw and just so good. I mean, just absolutely the best screamy grindcore vocals.
Yeah, dude, definitely check out that Gridlink in general, and
Discordance
Axis for sure.
Yeah.
Is he the vocalist on Formless Master too?
No, Formless Master is Takafumi Matsubara, which Formless Master is like very good stuff, by the way. But it's kind of like sort of like a more like a low budget Discordance Axis, very single pedal blast beaty, and the vocalist is just screaming up blood, which is awesome. But Takafumi is just such an insane guitarist, so good. Oh my god!
All right, Rick, what you got without spoiling your metallurgy list? What you got?
Let me first point out one thing I've noticed. Like, when you're watching these, oh yeah, that's the one.
First strike, dude. That is awesome. Yeah.
Anyway,
sorry, what were you saying, Rick?
Well, so everybody's doing their countdowns and their big, just rankings, and I feel like some of the people doing these channels feel like they have to do this pre-apology because they got to show the double album thing, right? Like, because it's like, here's the album, but so Ulthar was one of them. It dropped, right? Kind of in that range. So I wonder if, because these bands know that there's a community and publications and things that do rankings, you know what I mean? So it's like, by putting this together, it's cool, and I like what they did with the artwork and kind of how they tied it all together. You know what I mean? But this was a kind of kink in the in the machine when it comes to doing the rankings and stuff. So you kind of have to put them together, even though it's so. But it's like whatever place. So let's say this is 12th place. So it's technically 2 albums, but you have to put 2 in 12th place, and then you get like stuff like this. You got the Cavallera.
Oh,
everybody's been doing that too. It's like, well, I can't just, I gotta, can't do just more revisions. I also gotta include, it's like I gotta have both of them in here, and it's, so it's something that I've noticed, and I'm wondering if it's going to be like something that's, are we going to sort this out, or it's just going to be like I think we just have to kind of live with.
I feel like it depends on how it's released. Like that Ulthar, I think that's a one album.
Together, yeah.
I think that's one album, truthfully. You're not going to show off one without talking about the other. So that's one pick.
You have to, right? Like, I understand, but I don't think you have to put this apology, like, like some of the channels do. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to do this. I have to show both albums. Like we get it. We get it.
Honestly, same with the it's my opinion apology. Don't you like how that every single year in list opens up with like, this is just my opinion. You might disagree with me, but you have to know.
No, I stated it fact. I stated it fact. This is an opinion. This is fact.
You got everybody in the comments saying, "What about this? And what about this? And what about this? And what about this?"
No,
who fucking cares?
Like, don't argue with me. Don't argue.
I don't know. How many?
Put it in the title, right? It's like my top 10 or my whatever. Now, if you just put it as a blank statement,
this is the top. Yeah, this is the definitive top 10.
Top 10 albums 2023. Unbudgeable.
And you should be lucky to even know what I'm talking about.
Here we are.
one of the videos. Alan did a video where he figured out how many albums were released in 2022, how many releases, and it was like some ungodly number. And it's like there's no way anybody can listen to all that.
Yeah,
you listen to just a fraction. And the stuff you like, you go back to and you listen a couple more times, and then you make your determination based on that. All of us just have such a small sampling of what was released this year in heavy type music, including grind and doom and death metal, black metal, everything. So it's just what came across your ears and what you liked,
Yep. And honestly, it's been so tough for me to get into like the longer albums, like albums that are like an hour to an hour and a half long. Like that's why that Ulcer did not make my list, because it's 2 albums. Like I didn't have time to sit and listen to both of them.
It takes it all in, right? Like
other albums, but like I didn't have time to actually sit down and listen to 80 minutes of Ulcer this year. But I did have time to listen to this collaboration of 2 killer bands.
Oh, give it to me.
30 minutes long. Let's see. Boom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it.
Full of Hell and Primitive Man. Suffocating Hallucination.
Mm.
This shit is awesome. I think this is like more of a Primitive Man album than Full of Hell, but the Full of Hell parts of it definitely are there. So it's not just Primitive Man. Like I saw complaints for this, basically saying that it was too boring, and I'm pretty sure those were mainly Full of Hell fans like lobbing complaints. Because to me, this is like a very good, maybe it's not quite 50-50 of the sound, but it's like 60-40 Primitive Man, Full of Hell. And I think I might be more of a Primitive Man fan than a Full of Hell fan myself. But like, this is just, indeed, like the name states, it's just a suffocating atmosphere. It's slow and plodding, but then when it does take that jump into that intense grindcore, and the noisier elements, it really does go full swing. I mean, I think Trepidation for Future Joys, the first song, is a highlight. The 23-second Full of Hell grindcore Bludgeon in the middle is awesome. And then Dwindling Will is that Primitive Man, just ambient piece. And then my favorite song is Tunnels to God, which is almost like kind of catchy, and there's like guitar melody in there, which is kind of rare for either band. So I don't know. I would definitely check out this collab between both. I don't think it's been actually talked about too much, but
no,
released on Closed Casket.
Number
11.
There's a vinyl of that. There's one more copy in my local record store, and I actually noticed it on my way out the door. So I'm like, next time I come back, if it's still there, I'll grab it. So here's one that it's probably not going to be in anybody's list, because this is kind of not a very known band. This is Caged. Translation Lost put this out, and because you brought up Full of Hell, right, in Primitive Man, so the guy who does all those Full of Hell albums did the cover for this, and you could probably tell a mile away, just because just that whole aesthetic. It's kind of there. It's kind of dark. It's really hard to make out what the hell's going on, like a lot of Full of Hell albums. But it's a cool. It's like a death doom project out of Philly, and they had an EP that's really good. So this is their first full length. So what the hell did they call this? It's called From Roving About the Earth. So it's kind of like they rely on a lot of atmosphere. It's slow. It's sludgy in a lot of ways. It's almost like, so if you're into, like, if you're buying Full of Hell and Primitive Man splits, I could definitely see you getting into something like this. You know what I mean? Like,
that's I've heard that once or twice. That's good. One of those I didn't get around to revisiting, but that is a good album.
But I don't think it's going to hit the heights for a lot of people's lists. It kind of just dropped silently. I didn't even notice when it came out. I kind of saw it sitting there at the store, some month or two after it dropped. I'm like, oh yeah, that's out. but yeah, I like their last EP, so that's why I figured.
I'll check that out. Sounds cool.
Yeah, so I kind of blind bought it. I kind of knew what I was getting in a way, but yeah, it's cool.
Nice. All right, Brian, what you got, man?
All right. Well, sticking in this noisy, sludgy vein.
Oh yeah,
Body Void.
Oh, Body Void. Yeah.
Atrocity Machine. Um, this album's heavy, and it adds a little more on the noise electronic elements than their previous releases. So that's really cool. It gives it that kind of just sludgy, nasty, dirty, kind of urban, noisy sound to it, which I think is really, really good. And I just saw these guys live like 2 weeks ago. So I picked up a copy of the LP on Prosthetic. They've added I guess a live guitarist. I don't know if he's fully in the band or what, but so that Willow could focus on the electronic, working the noise type stuff. So she can focus on that live anyway. Just a super, super heavy band. As far as sludge goes, one of my favorite, it's probably my favorite sludge album, that pure sludge album that was released this year. I was able to grab their earlier releases on CD, so I'm excited to dig more into those since I had only been able to check them out digitally. Body Void I think they're originally from California. Now they're out in like Vermont. I don't know how that works, but I walked into the place and the bass player just came out of the shitter. So while we're washing our hands, I'm like, ask him how the tour's going.
Did he destroy the bathroom?
But I was like, hey, good to see you. How are you? How's the fantastic.
He's pulling up.
Moment. I didn't ask him for his autograph or anything. I was like, okay, we're gonna wash up here and move along. Okay.
Maybe I'll see you out there. You didn't shake your hand or anything.
No, fist bump. Giving him out.
When you drop a low for you kind of want to escape quietly. You don't want to be confronted with a geography question.
He came out, he was like sweating and like out of breath. It was like,
oh my god.
If you got to cut through the air just to just like no, don't make eye contact. Just exit stage left.
Oh man, I still need to listen to that album more. That's one of those that just because there's so much out there, I just have not. I've probably listened to it once or twice. So
yeah, I mean, if you like
it deserves more. That
Primitive Man Full of Hell split, I bought at a record store on CD like blindly and was a little apprehensive because I'm just not like a straight up Full of Hell like fan. I'm not into that kind of wild, kind of crazy grind shit. So I was happy that it was more like geared toward like the Primitive Man sludge / Death Doom stuff.
Yeah,
but I had that electronic kind of noise element to it. It was cool. So I agree that split's really good.
That's one of those kind of releases where like you may enjoy it, but it's not for everybody. Like there's just some things where you're like, oh, you're a metalhead. Let me recommend this. Like there's a certain tier where that falls into where
you gotta figure out what type of metalhead you are. Yeah. That's definitely a certain
it's
style.
Pretty abrasive stuff for sure.
Yeah.
All right, Chris.
Okay, so I'm gonna do a 2023 release. And this is a very good one. And this is the thing. You guys have heard me preach many times how much I love this band, and that's Leprophiliac.
Oh
yeah.
So
I still have to look at that.
Gain. This is fucking okay. So my email. You got the Firehouse Subs email.
Is that what that red thing was?
In the reflection for like a free sub. Okay, congrats. All right. Gain. Leprophiliac. I mean, I've talked many times how much I love it because it's this like crusty death doom. And Dopey, who is like the main dude in this band, is from a band Mashitazo, one of my all-time favorite grindcore bands, and he was the drummer / lead vocalist. And for a grindcore band, drummer / lead vocalist is awesome, but they only had a guitarist, no bassist either, so it's just a 2-piece. But then he was in some other bands too, but this is really good. It's like seriously like Autopsy Worship, but just crustier, and I really like it. And what's weird for their marketing, it came with a refrigerator magnet. This is a refrigerator magnet, so you could have coupons for when you go grocery shopping.
That is a nice touch.
I really like that.
Didn't he keep bodies in the fridge? And it would seem
I was
fitting.
going to say more bands should do that.
Yeah. Albert Gain, I think, right? Wasn't that his name? Because he was a serial killer.
Ed Gain, I think.
Ed Gain, that's right. Yeah.
Pride of
Wisconsin, I believe, Midwest guy.
Yeah. It's putting serial killers on the cover. Like, who's that other band? Church of Misery does that.
Church of Misery.
Oh. Yep. Well, there was a grind band called Ed Gain, and I have the CD.
Church of Misery put out a new album this year. I have not.
Yeah. Born on the Mad Sign or something.
Yeah, I don't have it.
I actually did not get
around to hearing it. It's been a few times, but it's been pretty expensive.
Oh, I have that one, Chris. That's Diesel and like
Ed
Liars and Diesel or whatever.
Yeah, I have that one.
I have that one.
That's another Willow Tip, isn't it? Or the end?
No, this is Metal Blade.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's
it. Yeah. This one's Metal Blade, but I know. I understand the whole like, and Marty has, vented his frustration about this. Like, why is it all these bands find it necessary to fucking not put them up on a pedestal, but just acknowledge their existence. They're garbage people. They deserve to die. Blah blah blah. And I agree. And, I wish that bands would start taking a different approach where it's like, what if there was a death metal band, but their message was about how to do your taxes or, like things like that. Like, seriously, like how to do your taxes and, what's a good investment strategy?
Track number 4, 1099, man. You got to check that one out.
I know. I mean, seriously, I wish there were more bands that would take that approach than just about, we need to be brutal and disgusting. And,
but then where do you go? Like Leprophiliac specifically, right? Like Ed Gein was a very heinous guy, right? But then like I remember what was the last EP? Like that Slime Bath, right? And it had like that was pretty caustic. Like, and I remember like looking at these shows when they were carried that, and they had to blur a lot of that stuff out because, like, depending on where you were, like those small little one guy shops that don't give a shit, they'll just put up there. But like some of the bigger houses, like I don't know. I would just mean I don't know if Walmart ever carried it, but if they did,
Walmart did not carry Slime Bath.
It's like if it's like one of those where it's like a third party seller and they just go through that, like it just happens to show up. It's like. It'd be very unusual with like some soccer mom just going through some looking for like a bath material, and you get this populated list. And just
Bath and Body Works.
It tends to show up.
I predict 2024 is going to be the year of accountant grind.
I wish.
It's going to be the new thing.
There's this band that was like. How there were those German bands where they never were played in English, but there was something lost in translation. There is a German like 90s thrash band called Economist. Like you could look for it, and there's a discography out there, the Economist discography. And like when I saw that, I was like, oh my god, a band called Economist sounds fun. Like they've got to have songs about investing and like being bullish on certain stocks.
There's a thrash band called Algebra, and which is
Algebra is really good.
They are. That's the thing.
They're from where are they from?
Somewhere in Europe.
But it's like they're Dutch or something.
Were they put out on Transcending Obscurity? What was that label that put them out?
No, it was they were on Unspeakable Acts for a little bit.
Okay.
Who Economist were?
No, Algebra.
The other heavy subject matter band.
I love it. I wish I was like, oh my god, please.
Can you imagine
Yeah,
the line?
Steve Black.
Algebra, opening up for calculus.
They're from Switzerland. Swiss. Yeah. That's it. Check out Algebra because they are the real deal.
Ooh, I want a band called Algorithm. We're Algorithm, and then it's something crazy where like the bassist is playing like an 18-string bass, and it's just all super techy.
That has to be out there, dude. I'm sure.
Yeah.
All right, Rick, what you got? You got another?
Yeah. First of all, good call on the Active Impalement. I still need to pick up that CD, man. But I've been this one forever, man. Like it's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's a good one, man.
Yep.
You know what? Has anybody pulled any black metal? Like, am I going to be that guy?
No proper. Please help us out with our
my
black
list
metal.
is super doom heavy.
I've been really liking this one, man. This a one-man thing called Blood Tar.
Ooh.
Oh, I saw that recently. Someone showed that off.
It's out of Sweden. Again, it's a one-man thing, and if you love that Windier and dissection, the stuff done right, like this guy completely gets it, man. It's more on the folk side, but the riffs are there, man. It's just the production's done really well. You wouldn't know. This is one of those, and I know you hear it all the time. And when it's done really well, it's like that. It's a one-man thing. Like it's like. I don't know if he did everything, because sometimes you usually get like a drummer session guy coming in or something, so I'm not sure. But one AP and boom, right to a full length. This thing kills, man. It's just like, if you're gonna check out, like if you want, like, okay, what's some good black metal like this year? Like this is it. Oh, there you go. Yeah, Tyler.
All right, I'll download that one because Tyler is talking it up.
I gotta write that down.
Blood Tar.
Yeah, it's just great.
I'll add it to all the other ones that
I usually follow
from Tyler. I still need to check out.
Yeah, he knows.
Dude knows his shit.
I follow Tyler's lead when it comes to black metal.
He knows what he's talking about.
There's a lot of imitators, man. Especially if you like the windier side of things. But this guy, like I said, he completely gets it, man. Like he's got the talent.
Yeah. From that stream that we did, one of the bands that I thought was bad, but Tyler actually proved is not bad, is Catamania?
Catamania, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna blow them off as like a
the Wolf. I've been blowing them off for the longest time because I thought they were like gothic, like female vocalist.
Yeah.
I'm a guy in a wolf shirt kind of band. Yeah. It's good. This is killer. So
I remember checking them
album
out.
I can vouch for. I don't know about their other stuff, but that one I can vouch for.
I remember downloading some of their stuff, in the Napster days, or early Soulseek days, but never really came back to them. This is like 2004, 2005.
Dude, yeah, cheers, Tyler. But I'm gonna go. I got 10 left. I want to try to get through. I'm gonna show 2 at a time, real quick, just to because we're at 2.5 hours almost. So
let's double up.
Talk about So feel free to double up if you want.
Man, Alaskan Bergwander, is he that bald guy?
Dude, that's Tyler, man.
Yeah, I like that dude.
He's awesome.
That dude's stuff. Yes.
Well, he's got a little bit of hair, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's.
Yeah, I don't know.
A little bit. You mean like the Homer Simpson 2-strand thing? Like, not exactly, but.
I have awesome. More than him. I have more facial hair.
It's not a competition. All right, sorry. My number 10 here. Let's see. Burial Hordes. This is their album Ruins. Yeah. So this is like a bit of a super group here, and we got mainly the person I'm interested in is the dude from Dead Congregation who's here doing guitars and stuff. So there's definitely that Dead Congregation kind of vibe to it, but there's also a bit more of like blackened elements and definitely like black metal atmosphere too. This album is awesome. Also, dude, Transcending Obscurity really know how to do a digipack. Like
It's very shiny.
it's super shiny. It's kind of tough to show off properly.
Yeah, no,
Especially in my lighting.
it
But
looks cool.
yeah, I mean, in like the gatefold, it's like a triple gatefold, and we can't see really the band members at all because of the glare. But it also comes out with what comes with a shit ton of download codes and stuff, which I don't know if I've given this away yet. But if anyone wants
Oh
to,
shit!
Check it out.
Hold on a minute.
All right. I feel like I haven't given that away, or maybe I have. I don't know.
Got it.
Just in case. If not, here's another album from Discordia.
Ooh.
Triptych. Write that one down too. But no, yeah. Talk a little bit more about this album. Honestly, it's a bit groovier at times than I think Dead Congregation or some like one of the black metal bands that I think they take influence from. The track that really stands out to me, track 2, Insubstantial, and then track 5, Infinite Sea of Nothingness. Definitely a bleak, dark album.
Yeah.
Definitely
Someone
recommend
got
this
it.
one. Yeah. Oh, the artwork is killer. Huh?
Someone got that code already.
Oh, I think I gave it away already. Try get this one at the very least. Yeah.
Give me one sec.
Yeah.
8
for Discordia.
8TGA. When Bandcamp goes away, I'm gonna be screwed.
Yeah.
Is it a TL?
Yeah, TL.
TL8.
TL6.
Oh. Hey, got that one.
Yes.
Thank you.
So there you go. Good. All right. Then number 9.
That's a number. Oh, a number at 9. I'm
at 9.
Surprised.
Yeah, I honestly, it was one of those albums for me where when I first heard it, it was like, oh shit, this is going to be my top 5. No way, no issue whatsoever. I think it's almost because it's a little too short. It's like 30 something minutes. And honestly, I need to revisit Solace because Resin released Solace this year as well. Yeah. And that one probably could have easily been on here, but I just did not. I was too busy listening to this collaboration between them and Venom Sabithi. But Silent Future, it like all 30 minutes are killer. But I think like the subject matter and stuff could have used an extra song, maybe just a little bit longer. But what's on here is absolutely killer. And I do love the concept of them being in space, and you really feel like that claustrophobic atmosphere, but then it also feels just very beautiful and airy at the same time, like the atmosphere gives a lot to breathe.
But you've been praising it like really
this is really good. I really do recommend this.
If I were to talk to some of my favorite live shows this year, like Resin was definitely up there. When Solace came out, I enjoy. I love the way they do psychedelic, man. Like out of all these bands, and then when I caught them live, I was like, yeah, they're like a top 10 band for me this year.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll be seeing them in a few weeks with King Buffalo.
Yeah, it was
that's gonna be an awesome show.
I'm very excited for it.
King Buffalo's
even though it's a Tuesday night, I don't care. I'm driving hour and 45 minutes away for it.
That's worth it.
Are they playing in the city?
They're playing in Quad Cities. They're playing Davenport. They're playing Davenport.
Oh, okay.
No, yeah. I don't know. They might be playing Chicago.
Okay.
They probably are.
But this album, when it gets heavy, it gets really heavy, but then it also at the same time is very good at just being light and
spaced out, man.
Spaced out, very chill, and
takes
just
me to Pluto, man.
Vibe oriented, and definitely something good to probably smoke up to. But then like tracks like Obliterating Mists, the final song, Clusters, track 5. Yeah, when it wants to get heavy, it really does. So definitely recommend this other collaboration. Some good collabs this year, for sure.
No, but it looks like they are not playing Chicago. They're going to Grand Rapids and then Davenport. Okay. And then back over to Indiana.
And let me use the restroom real quick.
doing
But
a quick
Resident's from Chicago, so you could. They play a lot of shows there. Oh,
Yeah. I've seen the name around.
Oh yeah, all you, Brian. By the way, I'm jumping out to use the restroom real quick.
Oh, it's my turn.
Mm-hmm.
Well, fucking A.
Cotton-headed Diddy
Surprise!
Muggins.
Holy shit!
so giddy.
What's your name? Cotton-headed
All
Diddy Muggins.
so we gotta go back to 2000, the year 2000 for this one. I gotta pull out of the thing. Nameless Graves has had a sale recently.
Oh, good morning. Yeah.
And they had this on there. Never heard of the band, and I kind of just like, I don't know, their sale was like 40% off or something crazy. So I was just grabbing shit, and found this Cold Morning record from 2000. And this is like a traditional U.S. doom band from California. This album's called Lower Than Low. And I really enjoyed the atmosphere. They had a lot of cool like lead guitar like melodies going on, and so I was like, okay, that was I really enjoyed this, Lower Than Low. And so I checked out any of their other stuff. They went dormant for a while until this year. They put out a new album called The End of Reason. So that's the one is this for this pick here. And they got, I think, 3/4 of the original band back together. 23 years later, put out a killer album that just sounds like a continuation of the Lower Than Low sound. That kind of gravelly vocals, slow, but not always slow, kind of traditional U.S. doom. And when I say that, I mean like Maryland. It sounds to me like pretty close to like Maryland doom, you know. But yeah, the lead guitar work on this is just fantastic.
I first heard of them. They did a split. They did a split years ago with Officium Trist. So I don't know if you are into that band, but I really like them. And I found out they did a split with Cold Morning, and that's how I kind of started diving into that band.
Okay.
Interesting how they got. I don't know how they got together because like they're from polar opposites of the world.
Yeah, where's Officium Trist from?
They're from
Netherlands.
They're Dutch, I believe. Or they're from the Netherlands.
This is just a killer, just continuation of that sound.
Yeah, I didn't realize they were still putting out material. Like,
this is a totally new band for me.
What is that called?
It's called Cold Morning. The album's called The End of Reason. Super cheap. I found it on Discogs. Like nothing. $6.
Dude, okay.
Like very, very impressed with the first Lower Than Low. I mean, I think Lower Than Low is probably better, but this is still a big favorite from this year, and I've only had a few weeks. Really, really liked it.
I got a comp of those guys. It's called Colder Than Thou, and it's
is it a demo material?
I must have got it from Nuclear War Now, whatever. They had one of those sales. I was like, all right, this is
cool. All right. Oh, it's got some of their demo stuff in their split material. Cool. Yeah. I got super into like US Doom this year. Jumped into St. Vitus pretty heavy. Got caught up on most of their releases. Got that Obsessed. Obsessed should have a new album next year, so that'll
I can't wait for that one.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Early highlight for 2024. All right, Chris.
All right, so this is a 2023 release, and this is going back to my obsession with bands from South Florida. Shitstorm.
Delightful.
Yes.
And you know what? Shitstorm are a band. They've been around forever. They did a split earlier on in their career with Magruder Grind that I have. That's from like years ago. I've
Yeah,
never
I have
really,
that one too.
yeah,
That one's
I've never really paid a lot of attention to them. But this album, Only in Dade, is so fucking good. It's just like it's 27 songs, probably about 30 minutes long, but where it's very shouty, just grind blast beaty, hardcore influenced grindcore, but it's also there aren't breaks in between songs. And that's the thing that I really like about like a grind album or something that's really short is where it's just one song, it's just like right into the other. There's not like a break. It just feels like they recorded the entire album in one take. And wow, do you guys hear that?
Yeah, sorry, it's Rick. I've been messing.
Okay. Yeah, so it just sounds like they recorded the album in one take. And then it's just indexed for track listing on the CD. It's Only in Dade by Shitstorm. It's really, really fucking good. Really good.
Nice. Sorry, Rick, I muted you. There was a lot of like feedback or electronic sounds coming from your mic.
That just sounds like it'd be a cool intro to some song.
That's
Like it sounds like
a Full of Hell kind of track would be doing great.
it sounds like the beginning of Hypocrisy's.
Oh yeah, wrong.
Roswell 47.
Maybe jump off and back in, Rick, just to see if that helps.
Yeah, no, it just sounds like Rick is having boomer problems with his with microphone setup. That's what it sounds like.
Happens to us all, man. We're all a boomer at heart, just a little bit.
No. Okay, all right. I'm the one who falls asleep at 7:30 at night.
When you have a stream to do at 8.
Right, when I have a stream scheduled, I fall asleep.
Speaking of, we got Nick here. What's up, man? Cheers, thralls. Yeah, we were doing the industrial portion of the stream. Hopefully,
pretty
Rick
dope.
Pops back in. Let's see. What's up, Rick?
Sounds good.
He's good. All right.
I can't hear it on my end, so I can't tell like if you guys are hearing that at the same time. Oh, is it my turn?
Good, man.
You killed the gremlins.
Here's one I've not seen on many lists and thought it was a pretty good release. This Dryad, Bissell Plain. It's this is some nightmarish stuff, man. Like it's complete with glow in the dark for anybody who likes that stuff. I feel like this is like the preferred way for you to buy it. I think they wanted you to have this sort of eerie experience to kind of enhance that. So you black vinyl nuts are probably going to cringe at that, but Prosthetic put this out. Yeah, they're out of Iowa and
Iowa City.
Yeah. And I don't even know how to describe this. It's psychedelic, but in a sort of acid tripping kind of way, wrapped in this sort of crusty, at times doomy kind of black metal. I can't really pinpoint into one particular a wedge, I guess you could say, but it's like this is the kind of thing like Brian, if you're driving to Davenport to go check out Resin or something, like you put this thing on, it's like you're not gonna want to drive back alone. It's like you feel like the gremlins are in your car.
Scary shit.
Yeah,
Lost Highway kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So I think maybe the bass player runs a like a mail order thing. I've ordered from him a few times. Grimtooth.
Yeah, that's him, right?
Yeah, that's his band.
That is the guy, right? Okay, that's what I thought was a connection. All right.
Yeah, so Ben over Brain Smashers channel knows talks about him pretty.
I think that's where I first heard of him. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. I bought some cool shit from him. I did a trade, not Yeah, I think I've done a trade with them. I sent him some tapes too. He's got cool stuff, but I don't know if he does the mail order anymore. I think he does these pop-up distros at the local shows now, where he just brings his stuff and sets up a table.
Okay.
But
Sometimes
he was doing a zine there for a little bit, a zine / catalog. It was kind of cool.
some of these guys got a little. It's a little annoying when they don't have like a proper store. Sometimes like you have to like email them and then they have to send you an invoice. It's like, man, it's like I hate.
It was all like through Facebook Messenger, like
yeah.
Here's a list of what I got.
But the
it might be
promoter,
out of date, but
I'm this distro and all this stuff. Like,
well,
okay, cool.
here's what I want. Okay, I don't have this. I don't have this. We'll do this plus shipping, blah blah blah. But yeah, super cool dude. I chatted with him a few times.
Yeah, that Dryad is a blistering album. It has Absu vibes to me.
It's a strange bird, man. I think it's probably why I like it. I've returned to it just because it doesn't quite fit in anywhere really in a clear category. Plus if you want something like a blackened with a little crust in there, these guys definitely fit the bill.
Nice. All right, let's see. So I'm gonna do another twofer. Keep it moving. Cracking another Pabst. One too many probably. Blues Funeral continues to reign supreme here because this was Blues Funeral. This is Blues Funeral. This is Dope Lord with their most recent album, Songs for Satan. And this was probably one of my top albums of October. Like preparing for Halloween, I played this shit like a couple times a week. Just getting into it. Very much the witching season kind of album. It's got like a bit of atmosphere to the typical like stoner doom riffage, which there's definitely a lot of doom on here. Brian, have you heard this one yet?
I've heard parts of it when I was when Blues Funeral had that sale. I had it in my cart and I dropped it kind of at the last minute. I kind of wish I would have grabbed it, but I got some other stuff.
Yeah. So some other better stuff.
Yeah.
Actually, in my opinion, but this one is still fucking awesome, and I really like it. It's another one of those shorter albums. It's like 35 minutes long, 7 tracks, and it's one of those where it flows thematically as an album. Like each song kind of is distinct from each other, but then they all definitely feel connected. Night of the Witch is a great opener. 1 Billion Skulls is just a crushing pounder of a song. And then the final track, Worms, that's where they really bring like a sludge song out. It's just scream vocals, harsh, just overall sound. And I think there's definitely a concept behind this album with, making a deal that goes bad with probably this dude right here, the Satan character.
Santa?
Yeah, the Santa character here, the dyslexic Satanist over here. But yeah, this is good. And then, dude, yeah, Jake bringing up the Snow Business was on Blues Funeral. I actually have not heard that one yet. Persecutor, but could be Krampus. And then I'll be quick with this one because Brian already talked about it. But number 7 for me. Come on, Majesties is just killer. It's another quick album. I think I'm really enjoying these like quick 40-minute or less
get out
albums this year. Exactly. That is the true art form right there. Don't overstay your welcome. And just the guitar melodies are so distinct. The songwriting in here is so distinct. In Yearning Alive, The World Unseen, City of Nine Gates, Journey's End, just to name off a couple songs that are just absolute killer. And I do love the packaging. There's definitely something to be said about $20 spin and how overhyped this label has become. I mean, I think they're justifiably so, but you can only keep up with so many releases in the year, right? And it's it's tough to figure out which one is the $20 spin album we want to pay attention to, and which one is just another $20 spin release.
That's what I was talking about earlier.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to, say. This is one that I was like, all right, this one I have to pick up. Like Rick, you showed the Ulthar, which was $20 spin.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, that's a $20 spin. I'm gonna have to pass on, and I'll try to get it later on, maybe. But yeah, Majesties, and another one I'm gonna show later on definitely is. And Nick, I think that Howling Giant, I actually have it right here. It did not make my list. Sorry. Glass Future. It might make Brian's list over there. It's on Magnetic Eye Records.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you beat me to it down here in the
I was typing.
Yeah.
I was typing not very well. That's why I started. And anyway.
All good. And
well, let's get to
yeah.
I'm going to do a 2-4. Stick with the $20 spin, the obligatory $20 spin release. Like I was saying, most of my list is Doom. So here's a couple death metal releases that I really liked. Void Ceremony, Threads of Unknowing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, cool kind of proggy death metal here from California.
I like the last one. I never got around to this one though.
Oh yeah, this one's excellent. It's fantastic. It really is a good continuation of that. What they did on that Entropic Reflections, which is really cool. Yeah, I really like this. It's really got some good grooves to it. The bass. I don't know. Maybe they do a fretless bass, so the bass playing really stands out. It's just really excellent. Cool $20 spin release. And then the other one here is a band from Poland, I think. Guts.
Oh,
Album called Decay.
That's cool.
Who did I see some of this?
I've not heard that one yet.
This is one of those. You've probably seen this over at Life After Death because he had some copies.
Maybe that's it.
And I checked it out, and man, this is just some killer, just old school, groovy, nasty death metal. It's not doing anything new. It's a total love letter to like Morbid Angel and Obituary and Bolt Thrower, and I just really dig this. It's on Morbid Chapel Records. I don't know. It's there's another band that came out of Poland a few years ago called Chainsword that was just total Bolt Thrower worship, and I just loved it. I don't know what it is about bands that check it out, Nick. You'd love this shit. It's total meat and potatoes death metal. It's great. And maybe Life After Death. I just got an email. They're having like a 61% off sale. So Nick,
how does that guy
say got this? You got to get it, man.
How is it possible that Necrotic Nick doesn't already have it on CD? He did a tour of his house where he has like 4 rooms with the walls back full of CDs. And he's like, I got to get that one.
That's how you know he blinked. He blinked, and that's how it's like things tend to go under the.
Yeah. He said he might have to check it out. I'm like, no, go make it a Life After Death off sale. I don't. Yeah, it's happening. It's totally man. Guts. Decay. I love the name too. It's just Guts.
That is great.
Awesome.
He seriously has rooms with shelves installed for all of his CDs, but that one is.
See, Chris, that's the antidote to Sanguisugabog. Guts.
I was just gonna say, like those simple one-word names were all taken. You got to go to like Sanguisugabog to do the one word.
The syllables to a minimum. That's my whole outlook now.
I'm gonna do a little live look in here and see if this is still
61% off at Life After Death. I always feel like he's like that that kooky furniture salesman. Everything has to go. Mattresses, buy one
Twice
get
the
3
squat.
free.
I don't
Crazy
know how he
sale.
stays in business, man. Like that's just it's crazy. Like
Yeah,
I think he slowed down.
they
a
should be
little bit.
illegal. These sales.
I think he had to. I think he took a. I think he had a. I think he's an electrician. So whatever job he's
Okay.
working on now is like out of town. So I think he's gone a lot. You know, because he used to like at night, in the evening, he used to do those Instagram live streams. He'd show like what he'd get in from in trades and shit. And he just has not been doing that this year because I think he's been. I think he's like living out of town while he's working, you know, and like coming back home for the weekends. So
yeah,
you notice when I've ordered, you know, it's
you can tell because it will like you go to like a retailer, it'll ship like in 2 days or whatever. And but
oh yeah,
those guys are like he'll ship it like once or twice a month when he's like gets around to it. So you're gonna be waiting a while.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, Jimmy nailed it there. It's got that kind of just wacky experimental, you know,
I got check it out again.
you know, think pestilence, atheist, you know,
Yeah.
maybe a little heavier than atheist.
All right, Chris.
Cool death metal, yeah, all good.
Okay, so this one, I've only listened to this twice, and I don't have like a solid opinion on it, but I really like it. It's a newer band. It's sort of like reminds me of like 90s AM rep noise rock, but with a lot of grindcore in it, and it's called a band called Chat Pile.
Oh yeah,
that was all the rage last
that's
year.
got a lot
right?
of hype.
Is that what I just got it? I got
Yeah.
it earlier this summer, but I just never really listened to it. But Chat Pile, it's I really like this. I also really like the design. And what's crazy is that my understanding is that they're from Oklahoma. And I did a stand-up comedy show at a college in Tulsa years ago, and I have the video. I have it on video, and I learned what a chat pile was because I explored a town that is now considered one of the most toxic towns ever to be in because, you know, back in like the 30s and 40s, there weren't any mining regulations, and so companies would go in and they would just mine, and we learned what a chat pile was. And a chat pile is just this like mountain of just like waste and that from all the mining equipment that was just created this hill. And we climbed up on the chat pile, and I have pictures of me Miami. It's spelled Miami, but it's all indigenous in that area, so it's called Miami. And if you look at Miami, Oklahoma, it's one of the most toxic towns ever. And there is this whole like main street of just abandoned storefronts that we went into, and it was crazy because the government bought out all the property because it was so toxic because of the mining that happened in the 30s and 40s. But yeah, so that's what a chat pile was, is from Oklahoma. When I saw this, I'm like, wow, okay, chat pile. But yeah, this is good stuff. I need to listen to it more, but I definitely really like the whole like noise rock thing that they're doing with it. Good stuff. And I like just how desolate and fucking, I mean, look at it. You know, Logan, in Charlotte, there was that street where, did you guys ever live anywhere where there was this huge, you know, transformers, you know, like power grid type of setup? But then there was a house next door. Like there was a house next door of people living like, because I had my early comedy card, my website was called Raised Under Power Lines, because I had this whole idea of like living under power lines and the effect that it has on you know, like Chat Pile from Oklahoma. Yeah, Chat Pile are from Oklahoma. Yeah. So yeah, I like it. It's good stuff.
Yeah, I remember reading about this town that it's a ghost town now, but you know, back in the 40s or 50s or 60s or whatever, it was a mining town, but there was an explosion or some kind of fire, you know, in the mine underground. And to this day, I mean, the whole town had to be evacuated. and it's unlivable now. But the coal is still burning to this day, so it's like just on fire underneath the ground. So nobody can live there.
That's
Oh,
crazy.
maybe Nick knows that story.
Oh my
Australia,
god.
Pennsylvania, currently
Oh,
yeah,
still on fire.
Australia.
Shit, I have an album called Centralia. I was listening to
from
earlier in the week
Car Bomb?
by Car Bomb. Yeah,
Fucking, I love that
fucking album is insane.
I
never knew it was probably based off of.
I got a stoner
that
doom
town. That's
doom
crazy.
band called Molasses, and they have a song called Centralia, and
Fuck, dude.
but they're from the UK, which I thought was very odd that they pick a song somewhere here. I'm like, how did but I guess people must know about this.
Damn.
Looks
So
like
I am learning stuff tonight. Because I didn't realize.
all about
Yes,
I didn't know about
Toxic-
Chat Pile.
toxic.
And I did
US
not know about
soldiers.
Centralia. That's two things.
Yeah, seriously.
learned.
Google Miami, Oklahoma, and it's the town right next door to it, and it is just a ghost town of toxic, like unregulated mining waste.
Sorry, I love this Car Bomb album right here. This Centralia. It's like it's like what if Dillinger Escape Plan did more? And you're like, oh, here.
I go saying I'm not a grind fan really at all, but there's a few like kind of outliers. Like I like that one, Car Bomb, and I like Insect Warfare.
World Termination.
World Termination.
Yeah, see, I have the really early Car Bomb, like their first CD, but then they broke up for a long time. Yeah, anyways.
Dude, yeah, as I said, learning stuff. Did not know that's what a chat pile was. So
Well, it's a phrase, right? Like
Oh,
it sounds messed up if you know the context behind it, but on its own, chat pile sounds kind of pleasant. Like
I thought it was like a
chat pile, like you just pile of chats. Who doesn't want to chat?
I thought it was a social media thing or something.
It's pleasant, like Columbia necktie. It sounds like a pleasant thing.
Like we're just sitting around chatting on a pile.
yeah, I think AOL had chat
Having a
pile
chat.
back in the day, didn't they? AOL.com.
Yeah, I've been in a chat pile.
There's a few chat pile. I've been in chat piles.
All right, Rick, what you got, man?
This is one that came out
Yeah.
really early in the year, and it's a band out of Vancouver, and two-piece. And what's crazy is this is their, as far as we know, the first thing they ever dropped, and they kind of played this sort of Peace Veil style of Death Doom, but with gothic elements. So it's got like cello and stuff. So maybe Jake can figure out where I'm going with this. Tribunal came out back in January, and it's got all the familiar stuff that so if you love Paradise Lost, My Dying Bride, a little bit of Draconian, it's beautiful, at the same time, but also it has moments of intensity, but it's just this is one of those albums where like I really want to know what they're going to do next, because if they can put out this kind of quality on the first drop, off the bat, it just kind of makes you, it left me wanting more. That's for sure. I don't know. I have not seen this on too many. I have seen it on some lists, but not very high up. I think that maybe people have forgotten about it because it was back in January, or this is one of those that with Among the Noise, everything else coming out, for various reasons. But great band, it's two-piece. I was wondering if they do another release on there, they're gonna add more members. Is $20 gonna kind of make them do that? I don't know, but it's one that I think that should not be overlooked for anybody who is into that kind of stuff.
That was one of those albums that came out so early on in the year, like it just immediately got lost to me. Like it came out, I was like, all right, I gotta check that out, and then all of a sudden I forgot about it, and I've seen it a couple times on a couple people's year-end lists. I'm like, man, that would be up my alley, but
I feel like last year what hit that spot for me was Mark G's band, right?
Enchantment.
Yeah, Enchantment. And I feel like this year, this is the album that hit that kind of spot for me. Kind of way. Doesn't sound like Anathema as much, like the way like Enchantment did in a lot of ways. But among the other peaceful kind of sounding bands, but this definitely has that going on. But with
There's
the
too much. Another $20 spin album right there.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. I'm gonna try to do another twofer here. My number 6 and number 5 pick. So these are my two meat and potato death metal albums that really just kind of. This is what I want out of my death, like classic old school death metal, like just without any like the progressive and extra stuff. This is exactly what I like. The first one I'm going to show off is the new Autopsy.
Oh yeah,
absolutely, probably one of my favorite Autopsy albums. Honestly, I outside of the first two, I've never really gotten into the newer Autopsy. I checked out Morbid Funeral last year and was like, hey, it was good, but it wasn't something I revisited. But for some reason this year, Ashes, Organs, Blood, and Crypts was just a constant as soon as I heard it. And really, it propelled Autopsy to be my number one band for the Halloween season. Like, just this, I toggled back and forth between this one, Mental Funeral, Morbidity Triumphant, and Severed Survival for sure. But that was essentially kind of summing up my Halloween season, was just this band. But I think it's the instrumentation behind it, and also, of course, the deranged vocals by Chris Reifert, or however you say his last name.
Yeah.
It's just crazy. Throat Saw, just with his opening shouting, Throat Saw, No Mortal Left Alive. Absolutely love how deranged he goes in that one. Well of Entrails, 6-song title. I think that was when I finally was, that was the song that first clicked with me with this album. And then I think it's Ashes, Organs, Blood, and Crypts, but that one has this like really just very much stoner rock. It kind of almost reminds me of like Mastodon, where there's this like stoner riff that comes in first, and then the drums come in behind it. It does not sound like death metal to me.
When they're in their doomier moments, I really love it. Like, but that's one of those bands where like, some albums are a little better than others, but even their weaker albums, I still enjoy, just as much. So it's that's a staple, and I'm glad they can put out this level of quality up to this day. Is crazy. That's one of those consistent bands.
I was really impressed with this release. Toxic Death Fuck, is that the one where there's one where he coughs, where Chris he just goes like he just took a giant bong hit and he's just like and
there are plenty
hilarious.
I need to get that Autopsy. I haven't heard it.
Definitely.
I hear it. So you like it a lot?
I absolutely do.
Yeah.
I mean, of the newer Autopsy, this is the first one that really like clicked with me, I would say.
Yeah.
Like, because I guys are talking about Macabre Eternal.
Yeah,
I have not really listened to Macabre Eternal. Yeah, that was their first comeback one, right?
Yeah, I think that was the first. Yeah, for a while.
The blue one with like the two skulls on it.
Yeah, then it was man. It's like I was still just getting through the last album, and then boom, they dropped this thing, and it's even better.
It's somehow better to me, yeah. Like because I did hear the last one that came out, but this one is definitely superior. Or I think the songwriting is more interesting and stands out a little bit better. I mean, Death is the Answer, Coagulation, both great songs. I'll try to be quick on this one too. This is going to be my
Torture Rack
number 5 pick, but the new Torture Rack, which I had not clicked with Torture Rack before either. Like Malefic Humiliation, which was their last album, was good, but it just didn't end up on my year-end list or like something that I would constantly spin. But this one was my go-to album this summer. Like it's one of those like 30-minute long, just old school death metal, but with like a bit of punk attitude. Like there's some like punk energy. My favorite 2 tracks on here are about a minute apiece. Morning Star Massacre and Fucked by Death. They're both just like minute long. They don't give a shit. They're just in and out, and it's all about high energy and like the lyrics on Fucked by Death are just waiting for you to get fucked by death and just repeated. It's borderline stupid, but I mean, come on. What else do we want from death metal? So definitely great album by Torture Rack. Primeval Onslaught.
That's a nice pairing, you know, the way you kind of threw it together.
Yeah, I thought they kind of went together well. It's like the old guard and then the new guard kind of coming together.
Cool.
Very nice.
All right, number 5 and 4.
Yeah, I like that Torture Rack. I like that one as well. That was good.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 5 and 4. So you got 3, 2, 1 left.
Oh no, that's 6 and 5. So I got
4 left.
Yep, I got 4 left. So
And we're doing 2 at a time.
So wait,
it depends on how many you got, right? Because if I do 2 at a time, I got 2 more go arounds. So what you got?
Yeah, I can do. I got 4 more left.
Okay, sit.
wait, hold on here. I want to show something. I want to show something.
All right, Chris. he's getting impatient over here. Let's see.
I know. And you know what this is? Okay, so this album didn't come out in 2023, but I discovered it in 2023 thanks to Brian.
Me?
Which Brian?
It is
It is I.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
I like, dude, this album is so sick. I absolutely love it. It is such good sludge.
That makes me so happy.
Some of it too, it's just like weird tempo sludge where being a drummer playing in a sludge band has got to be more difficult than it sounds, you know?
Yeah.
But like, this is a really fucking good album. I love it. So I had to go on and I picked it up and it has the original hype sticker on it and all that. I'm like, dude,
Oh yeah.
this album is so good. I hate the band name though, like all the prepositions or whatever. Like it is
how it's
like don't
how
even
it's
sound
presented.
Shakespearean or anything. Like that.
Yeah, it sounds like it could be a metalcore band. Like that's what I would expect. Like for something called It Is I.
But
Honestly, how it's presented, I read it as like ETC or something.
I know.
Like, it doesn't even look like It Is I.
It's terrible.
A fucked up word, yeah.
Yeah, they need to go back to the drawing board with the band name and the branding, but no, the album itself is awesome.
I gotta admit, when I picked that up as courtesy of the BMG Music Club, 10 CDs for a penny, and at the time, I just did not quite get it. It took me a few years to finally come around to it, so it's sat in my CD collection collecting dust. But so that's probably why. And there's probably a lot of those in circulation because it was a BMG. BMG. I don't know if that one is, but I know BMG put it out. So there's
A lot of people don't know. Somewhere there's an what do you call it? Raiders of the Lost Ark warehouse full of those things.
Yeah, it's just It Is I with all of these. But yeah, super cool. They might have used a drum machine. He might have used a drum machine on that. Maybe.
I think maybe there is a drum machine,
Yeah.
or something. But yeah, this is Dwell Records.
Well, yeah.
And so we all know about early Dwell, but
they put out those.
This pressing is not a BMG.
Nice.
So, but yeah, excellent recommendation, Brian.
Fucking cool. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, everyone in the 90s. It's a good 90s sludge doom record. With I forget the guy's name. He had ties to Nuth Grush and Asbestos Death.
Yeah.
Which was the precursor to Sleep.
Thomas Choi.
Thomas Choi, yeah.
Yeah, that's
oh yeah.
on the hype sticker right here. Yeah.
Right, yeah. So California Doom.
Yeah, Noothgrush, another band that I love.
Very cool. Yeah.
Nice. All right, Brian, you got your fourth and third picks.
Okay, fourth and third. Yes, I got them. We got to go Dab City.
Oh,
Got to take a snap to Dab City.
It's not number one.
It's not number one, which is kind of amazing because I think I like this one more than Wisconsin, and I liked Wisconsin a lot. I felt like this one is a bit of a throwback sound to their like a marijuana con.
Like Stash or marijuana.
Yeah, Gateway and Marijuana Con. They actually repurposed the song American Pot. That was on that song was originally on Gateway. It was just called American. Then they on this one it's just a little bit they don't include the samples, I guess is the riff's a little different too, but yeah, super cool, super sludged out. Hibby Stick, Dab City, King of Weed, Cannonbong with Dixie Dave. Dixie Dave makes a few appearances on this one. Especially
I think that's my favorite one is Cannonbong.
Cannonbong's wild. He's just doing the voiceover, telling a story while it's super cool. Yeah, I mean, this is one of my favorite bands, and it's totally a nostalgic thing, I think.
You have to be all in for that band, man. It's just one of those kind of bands.
Oh yeah,
like, you know.
They have their sound and they do it well, and they toured the U.S. a little this year. They went over to Europe.
I saw him twice. Or
did you really?
I was supposed to see him twice. Yeah, I saw him one time in Charlotte, and then almost saw him one time here in New Orleans.
Yeah, but they went on too late, right?
Yeah, dude. I went with my brother, and he was doing the sleeping while standing thing before they came on. It was 1 a.m.
Is that how the vinyl looks like? Or is that like another variant or something?
This is this is the deluxe version. So
okay.
I think they released this. It's weird because the CD has all 7 tracks. The single vinyl only has the first 5.
You sent the CD my way too, and I'm like, man, it looks nothing like that one.
Oh yeah, it's a little more green, I think. This is the purple like deluxe edition.
That's pretty cool looking.
Yeah, it's a nice pressing. It is on. They're on Heavy Psych Sounds, which they've been on since they kind of returned. So
yeah, since the relapse. Man,
cool.
Oh, Jake's. Oh, he got a little Bongzilla action.
Yeah,
so
he got a little.
He's slowly becoming a fan. Yeah.
I'm sure that's what's happening. I'm sure.
When Mule Boy comes out and he sticks a joint up his nose and he smokes it while he starts playing the first song, how can you go wrong? I mean, how can you not be
really,
man? Yeah,
that's what sold me, man.
Join us.
Oh, okay. So
expert multitasking.
So we got Dab City. We'll call that 4. What could have beat out Dab City? Well, a couple. Okay, so this is another. How about some Swedish Doom? I think everybody loves Swedish Doom. So, special shout out.
That sorcerer.
To Patrick over at Heavy Therapy YouTube channel, because he one day said, "Hey, send me the link of this." Said, "I think you'd like it." Domcraft.
Oh,
Sonic Moons. I think this is their 4th album. I've never heard of this band before, and this album is amazing. Psychedelic. It's like Monster Magnet meets like Hawkwind, but maybe a little heavier, a little sludgier, a little noisier.
That sounds up my alley, man.
Oh man, you dig it.
That sounds because I love Monster Magnet. And, yeah, that sounds great.
Okay, so Nick knows Domcraft. Hopefully, I'm pronouncing that right. I want to say it's Doomcraft, but I have no idea. Yeah, I got one other album of theirs that I've listened to a few times. It didn't quite connect with me as much as this one did, Sonic Moons, but super psychedelic, super spacey.
Oh, sorry, I gotta zoom in on that. Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. Yeah.
Another one, we were talking about Howling Giant. This is Magnetic Eye Records as well. So I think their previous album was on Blues Funeral, so they've got a Blues Funeral connection, I think.
Yeah, that all works killer.
Yeah, I really like it. Just spaced out, sludgy doom, very, very atmospheric, very ethereal.
You're delivering with the doom.
The album was killer. I loved it.
I'm gonna have to check that one out, man.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. We'll go. Rick, we'll go to you, man. What you got?
Yeah. Talk quite a bit of grind during this. Also, I'll do a twofer. 2023 pickups. You already brought up Autopsy, and Greg Wilkinson's been a busy guy. You know, he released his Death Grave. It's only midnight, and this is just fun, man. This is fun. Just kind of get in, get out. Very, very comfort food. kind of death grind. So if like something like Gridlink is too much for you or too intense, you know, this has its moments too, you know, but I think for people who are more on the death metal side of things, this kind of offers a bit of that, but with the chunk of something like Death Grind. So this is the second LP. Not that much different from the first. It's just, you know, guy knows how to work the knobs, man, and really get a good sound. And this one's no different. So this is a fun one. It's just going to be like the most groundbreaking thing in the world. This is going to be the most innovative death grind. Now it's just fun, man. Just put it on and, you know, in for a ride. Another one that came out this year, lesser known band from Buffalo, Anthropic, End of the Bloodline. And I know one of the members was in Grotesque Infection way long ago. But ended up on this, if you know that project. But this is their, I want to say second, yeah, probably third, second, or I think it's second, full length. They've not been around that long as far as under this name, but this falls under that whole like Repulsion. Again, if you like the more chunky death grind direction of grind, I think this is again. So if you love this stuff, I can definitely see you enjoying Anthropic. Yeah, the Death Grave is really good. But yeah,
never heard that Anthropic.
I've seen. I know the cover of the previous Anthropic. I've never checked it out though.
Yeah, they kind of quietly dropped. I think a lot of people did not. They just went under the radar too. I figure it's definitely worth mentioning.
I've seen the Death Grave around, yeah. But
cool artwork. The thing is, on CD format, it's like very hard to really make out what's going on. There's like a lot of shit going on here. Like it's crazy.
So. Dude, nice. And Chris, we skipped you. You got anything? Oh, you are muted, my friend.
Unmute.
All right. I'm ready to flex a box set.
Ooh, box set.
A box set.
Yeah, a box set. Or how about 2 box sets? Can I do that?
we're kind of winding it down. We got 2 more go arounds, I think. So
yeah.
All right, go for it.
Twofer.
Okay, all right, 2 boxes.
We've all been doing a twofer.
So here's one that I got. This is
wait, that's too big.
This is AC.
Oh shit!
Early shit, 1988 to 91. I've always, I don't care what people say. I've always loved Anal Cunt. I always have, and a lot of the other bands. I know what people say. I ignore it. I separate the person from their art. But this stuff is going back to especially like the early 7 inches. It's just no talent, screamy noise. Like there's absolutely no talent whatsoever.
A lot of people put emphasis on no talent.
Yeah, it really is, and that's part of what I love about it. Is it's just, I mean, that's what blur core is it's just blast beats and screaming and nothing else. So I really like that. I enjoy that one a lot. And then another one too, I've always had a special place for. I've always really liked the Sammy Hagar era Van Halen.
Jesus.
So I got the Van Halen collection too, and
That's even crazier than the anal cunt box
Van
set.
Hagar.
yeah. Oh no, I love Van Hagar. So this is 5150. OU812. Oh yeah, I'll just show it right here. Foreign lawful carnal knowledge.
Holy shit!
Yeah, it's really good. Balance, yeah, but 5150, OU812, and especially foreign lawful carnal knowledge is awesome. I love Hagar era Van Halen. I was talking to Patrick from the Vinyl Archivist, and we're gonna do a deep dive of like the non-David Lee Roth Van Halen stuff. Like Van Halen 3 is another really good album. The one with Gary Sharon from Extreme, that's a really good album too. So yeah, I am very happy with this.
Those are two unique box sets, Chris.
That
That is a bit of a flex, yeah.
Those are definitely.
Oh yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Wait. Who's if I'm not the only one who loves the Sammy Hagar? Yeah, Damage Incorporated.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You're a good company. Yeah.
The thing about Van Halen is it was polarizing, right? Because the Roth era was more the misogynist side of it, and then you had like the simpy side of it, right? Wait,
is Van Hagar the respect your woman and buy her flowers twice a week side of it? Is that what it is?
Yeah. Very.
I've never really gotten into the Van Hagar stuff.
So they have a song called Pound Cake.
That's the best one. That's the one where first of all, Eddie Van Halen, guitar god, but where he uses the electric drill.
The drill, yeah.
That's so awesome. That's the opening song off of a Foreign Lawful Carnal Knowledge. I mean, that is such a sweet song, dude.
God damn.
Hell yeah, man. Fucking 5150. That's a really good album too. This was the first one after David Lee Roth left the band.
Yeah.
After 1984, then 5150 is what they put out in 1986. And it kind of reminds me of when Rush released Signals, and that was sort of a change in like Rush and their sound and all of that. That's kind of what 5150 is like. It's signaling to everyone that okay, there's a change in what we're doing.
Is it as good as this album right here?
Oh, VOA. Yes. Does that have not I Can't Drive 55, but what's the other?
It does have that one. Swept
today.
Away, Rock Is in My Blood. There's Dick in the Dirt is on here, if that's what you're looking for. Don't make me wait. Burning Down the City. I don't know.
He had 2 songs on the heavy metal soundtrack.
Oh no, that's
where Sammy Hagar, like
heavy metal, I think, right? Wasn't that? Yeah. That's not on here. I wish. Thankfully, I have that on cassette too. The soundtrack. Dude, those were solid. solid box sets.
I'm not a Hagar fan at all. I can't listen to that shit.
I do.
But are you an anal cunt fan?
Yeah. No, I don't think I've ever heard an anal cunt song. I'm good.
Real quick, I want to plug a fellow YouTuber, Mean Metal Mike. I think he did a solid documentary on Seth Putnam as an artist. It's like about 50 minutes. Yeah.
Oh really?
Yeah, it's long. I would check it out. Mad Mike.
Oh, Mad Mike. Okay.
Mad Mike. What? I don't know.
Mad Mike. Okay.
Mad Mike. Yeah.
Mean Metal Mike. I feel like that's a YouTuber as well.
I think it is too, but thankfully Nick at Thralls knows what I'm talking about.
Mad
It will decipher. It's good. He knocked it out of the park with that one, and Tyler's probably also right. I've not heard that, but
that's amazing,
dude. All right, I'm gonna jump back. I got my number 4 and number 3 pick here. So let's see. Number 4. Let's see. sticking with some death metal, but this time we're going a little bit more progressive. And this has definitely made a lot of year-end lists, and I was kind of impressed. I didn't really know if it was going to or not, but this is Afterbirth's but not of. And honestly, I was kind of ready to dislike this album, or not dislike it, but not really dig into it too much. The previous albums for Afterbirth I've always liked and enjoyed a little bit, but it's never clicked with me, really. I always felt like they were missing the cohesive piece to their sound where it like really meshed what they were trying to do with the progressive elements and with the actual like slamming death metal and like the more brutal death metal elements. They never kind of really meshed, I felt like.
The old school death metal guys were moving towards the proggy edge of stuff, right? And then they came these guys with the brutal side, and then they also started incorporating more things. I was listening to Melly that interviewed the guy.
Yeah, I haven't checked that one out yet, the interview. But to me, this is them actually capturing the what they wanted to do in the first place. Like I've enjoyed their last two full lengths, but as I said, never really clicked enough to actually be on a year-end list. Like Four Dimensional Flesh and Time Traveler's Dilemma, I believe, are the previous two albums, and they're both great and both like have cool moments in there, but never fully clicked. And finally, on this one, In But Not Of, I'm sold. Like, there's just such a good balance. Like the first half is a lot more straightforward of that like brutal death metal, and then finally with like track 5 and track 6, Hovering Human Head Drones. That's when the album really opens up and just kind of starts to incorporate these beautiful, like just progressive elements that really, show what I think Afterbirth were trying to do this whole time. So I am
awesome,
fully in on this album right here. So In But Not Of is good, and once again, I did not like the album cover originally, and I did not like the name of the album, In But Not Of. I was like, that's kind of stupid. It's like a non-name, but then it like kind of clicked that that's kind of the point, you know, if you're like lost between dimensions in space and time, In But Not Of. I guess I get it.
The space between the worlds, kind of like that. Is what you're
saying. Outside of everything. So
outside looking in.
Yeah. Oh, you guys are talking about fucking Goodwill here. God damn it. One sec.
Did you? Are you telling me even in New Orleans you're finding Goodwill?
Even in New Orleans, you guys aren't looking hard enough, man.
They're everywhere, man.
I'm looking.
Dude, like, you guys are complaining. Like, all right, so you guys care about Mr. Big at all?
No.
Oh.
I got that one, yeah.
50 cents. 50 cents.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's the second album, right?
I still really... Ooh, is that Tribe? No, what is that?
Oh, I had it upside down.
Okay. Boris,
absolute go.
You found that at the Goodwill?
I found this at the Goodwill, dude.
Shit.
In the orange.
I don't even have that
in the orange jewel case.
Wow. That's a find.
Yeah. That's
probably
one of the best Goodwill finds.
What'd you pay for that?
$1.
Wow.
Yeah. Goodwill find. So check them out.
Oh yeah.
Or not.
That's the other orange. That's the orange jewel case I know.
Yeah. Which, speaking of like hour-long songs.
Not much for metal there, man. It sucks. It's like because you'll have that one guy who would just grab them all.
Yeah,
I found this. I found this at Goodwill real quick.
I wonder if my collection, if I wanted to get rid of it, if I could donate it and write it off for more than what I could sell it for.
George Michael?
No, my entire collection. Like if I wanted to get rid of it, if I could. Oh, is that George Michael Faith? Oh,
there you go.
Jeez,
that was a Goodwill find right there.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh wait, they put the sticker right on the damn. I hate when they
They
do that.
did. Look at that.
Ah.
Oh,
Can you peel it off, or is it gonna?
I haven't tried it. I'm sure I can
Oh,
get it off.
That's sweet. Does that have
I'm gonna just
Father
keep
Figure
on
on it?
Yeah, it does. Track 2.
Oh, Father Figure is a good song. Yeah, hell yeah.
Well, this is perfect. This is Christmas wham season.
Oh my
so
god!
you
Oh
can-
my God!
you know
Last-
that song,
record. I mean, it's
Last Christmas, I gave you
Oh,
my
I
heart.
love it. You know, I've been saying this for years, is that George Michael is my Morrissey. Like, I really do. Like, I love George Michael more than I do Morrissey. I really do.
He is the songbird of our generation.
And you know what? It's tragic. It's tragic that we
It
lost
is.
George
It is.
Michael. And I have a story about
Wait, is he
George.
dead?
Oh, he died a long time ago.
did.
Yeah.
2 years ago?
What? No.
Cancer of some sort. Yeah, he was living in Spain, I think. And
Yeah, he died in
I missed that. During the
2016. He died in
Yeah.
2016.
Mhm.
Oh, that was not. That was. Well, I'm a little bit behind on the times here.
Kellen's up late. Cheers, man.
Well, now I'm sad.
Oh yeah,
Sorry.
George Michael.
I'm very upset about this.
George, I'm telling you, man. George
faith,
Michael
Brian.
is
I'm
my
sorry.
Morrissey.
He died Christmas Day, right? I think it was.
Oh, for God, Rick, why do you
Yeah,
have to
I think he
tell
did.
me this? That's awful.
Oh, he did. He
You're
did die
right.
Christmas Day.
Oh, it's coming up on the anniversary here.
We
Yep.
have it confirmed. There is no God. George Michael
got-
died on Christmas Day.
We got to do a deep. We got
No presents for Christmas.
You're
Mhm.
Logan. It's up to you. You got to do a George Michael deep dive on your channel.
All right. 2024.
There it
We're
is.
taking, we're
That's
taking a daring new direction.
I don't know, man. When that video comes up with Cindy Crawford in a bunch, I'm like, I can't change the channel.
I have Wham, Make It Big, and also Fantastic on vinyl. Those are really good albums.
It should have been more.
Well, I like Morrissey. George Michael knew when to keep his mouth shut. You know, and then took a paycheck, sang, and you know.
That's funny.
had to
You
marry
never knew what George Michael's politics were. Oh man! All right, I'm gonna show one more real quick since we're doing two first here. Let's see.
Super. Oh yeah. You mean okay? Yeah.
Or I got three more left.
George Michael didn't count as one.
I mean George Michael could count. I did show a bunch here. Brian, you go.
No, are you going two? Because I got my 1 and 2 left.
Okay. I'll do two. So this is my third favorite.
All right.
Blood Ceremony.
Oh yeah.
I finally clicked with this band because of this album.
That's their most
Old
accessible
Ways
record right
Remain.
there. Yeah.
And I guess it is. I was waiting for their most accessible album. This one did it. I'll have to revisit their older stuff for sure.
You like flutes then?
Do the older stuff? Does the older albums feature flutes?
Yeah.
I did.
yeah.
I did like the flutes on this.
In their own way, it's not quite Jethro Tull.
But there's definitely some Jethro Tull influence. It's like, I mean, I would not call this a metal album by any means. It's definitely like Jethro Tull mixed with a little bit of, I guess, Sabbath and
They got the proto
other 70s and proto metal stuff. But man, Eugenie, Lolly Willows,
Yep.
Wittershins. This is just some good witchy stuff right here, and like I try to get into the latest, and I'm curious of what you think, but the latest Green Lung album, and this one kind of just held on in its place, you know, like I liked it.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that? The name of that one? The new Green Lung album. This Heathen Land or something.
Yeah.
Heathen Land. Yep.
Yeah. So, and that one's
Spoiler.
good. And honestly, it barely missed out. That one has a lot more. There's actual metal elements on this Heathen Land.
Yeah, I was
This
gonna say,
one, I
that's the
don't
big
think
difference.
there are. Like, there's some Merciful Fate and some Judas Priest. I think I hear there. This is just straight up 70s, like hard rock and prog, mixed with some pop. Like I think there's some like Fleetwood Mac and stuff on here too. Like
Yeah, they take influences from all
Hecate,
that.
Mossy Wood.
Even like going back to like Coven, like it just all enveloped in one.
Yeah, so I really enjoy this one. So
check that out. Yeah,
Blood Ceremony.
I haven't revisited that one in months. And I just never went back to it, but it's a good one for what it is.
I'm with you, Lo. The new Green Lung has not clicked with me as much as the last one.
It's different. It's definitely different.
I have it. Just need to listen to it more, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the thing. Like,
hoping it opens up a little bit for me.
I enjoyed it when I put it on, but the songs weren't, sticking with me as much. Like, I woke up multiple mornings, with tracks from this album stuck in my head. Like, it probably had been a week since I heard it, but then I woke up and like, the hook from Wally Willows was just playing on a loop, and that's what made it stick out. So number 3, and I mean, to me, this is like a straight 9 to like a 9.2 or something out of 10. So
you have it up that high. Wow,
it's number 3. All right, Brian.
Kellen's.
Yeah, so that's the last one, right?
Black Harvest was.
I did like Black Harvest a little more.
I thought it was great.
Even though I do like this new one, but I think if Desert Island thing, if I had to pick one, for now, I would say Black Harvest still the.
Yeah.
I could see it being considered like a Ghost kind of style.
That's one way to put it.
Like maybe if you're disheartened where Ghost is currently at, Green Lung could be a good.
They focus more on occult themes. With that's kind of what I liked about it.
They're witchy as well.
Yeah,
a little witchy.
Cool artist. I mean, if you ever had to do a green vinyl, this is the band to do it. I mean, it's just so fitting.
Oh yeah,
they're called Green Lung.
Yeah. This Heathen Land is good, but not for me. Not quite year end list worthy.
The guy who does all the
Brian,
it's pretty good.
So you have your last 2 or
last 2? Let's do 2. Number 2.
Yeah, do number 2.
Talked about this band a little earlier, Resin. Solid.
Yep.
This came out pretty early in the year. This was March, but they started. I think I did a pre-order, so I got a few of the tracks on Bandcamp. I think as early as like January, February. So I was listening to a couple of these songs over and over again, and just really loved their kind of atmospheric doom that they're doing here. Stoner doom for sure. Chicago band. Fourth album already. And I got stickers and stuff in here, I guess. But yeah, they had a busy year because they also did that split with Venice Sabathi that Logan was talking about earlier, which is really good as well. So one of those kind of forward-thinking, bands that'll does some collaborations and does some kind of cool live recordings in the studio as well that they release that's available on Bandcamp. But I really thought this album was really really not so much like in the cosmic spacey way, but more of like ritualistic, thinking about like Tibetan type sounds and stuff like that. So
the vocalist can be a little jarring if you're not used to it. That's got a very high register.
Yeah, he sounds a little high. There's another band called Green Druid.
Oh yeah,
that's a little bit. It's like, is this a female? I can't tell. A little bit high. And just very kind of said a little bit back in the mix. The vocals are definitely not like at the forefront. They're just like another type of layering here. So I think it's a really cool kind of mountain.
Yeah, I like that artwork.
Himalayan type artwork here. I'm looking for it. I mentioned I'm going to be seeing them live in a few weeks. I'm hoping to pick up the vinyl, a vinyl copy if they have them. They've got a real cool like snow variant of the record I'd like to grab to kind of go with this. So yeah, this was my number one for pretty much all year. I mean, I did not think anything was going to top this. But then this one came out.
Oh. Dang, yeah.
Glass Future, Howling Giant. It's phenomenal. And it's really not like the heaviest thing ever, but it just works so well. They're really great kind of musical storytellers, you know. 3-piece band from Nashville. I've seen them live a couple times, and they're just super high energy. I believe the first time I saw them, they played a song. They played like an earlier version of Sunken City that they were kind of working on still, but it still had that kind of slow guitar solo. That's what I remember about it mostly. So it was cool to hear that on here. Cool artwork. This is a band that features. I mentioned this before when I've been talking about them, but Peter Baltus from Accept, the bass player, his son is in this band. His name's Sebastian. He plays bass as well as does like backing vocals. But super cool band to check out live. They're a lot of fun. It's kind of a concept album. Their sound is like kind of a psychedelic 70s prog rock type of band. I don't know if I would call them heavy metal. They kind of skirt the line there between stoner rock, stoner doom. Some of the stuff's pretty heavy. Some of it's a little poppy, especially the vocals. The vocals is like, you know, probably where you're like, what's going on here? I'm kind of used to it now. At first, on their first record, when I was listening to it, it was a little strange, but I think it starts. It's very sing along type stuff. They got some up tempo stuff. They got some slower stuff on here. It's really cool.
That kind of genre needs that kind of variety to hold your interest if you're not normally into this kind of thing. You know, that's what the biggest complaint I hear about people getting into stoner. It's like, man, it's all the same, and it's all like, I mean, like, then you get bands like this who there's just a way to do it, and the way to kind of keep the tempo interesting and adding a bit of variety. I think that's a really good example.
Yeah, very true. They're just becoming, and I wasn't sure that I would like this as much as I liked Space Between the Worlds, but I find that it's holding up. It's holding up as a good follow up to that record, and hopefully they got on that Elder tour this year. They also made it over to Europe to play some shows, which is cool. So they're starting to get some attention. I know I've seen a lot of online reviews about this one. Really liking it. Yeah, I think, Kellen, I think you'd like this one because it's kind of outside the box as far as the stoner genre. And there's I love the closing track. There's Time Now. It's just, it's just a super kind of great, kind of epic conclusion to this kind of chapter. Yeah, a lot of good memorable songs. I've listened to this a lot. Sorry. And that's it. I think it's got a cool cover too. We got a dragon. You can't go wrong.
Oh yeah, the cover is sick.
Yeah.
We'll do one more solo with the dragon. That shit's awesome.
Is this the kind of stuff you put on when the kids are home and like when the kids go away, that's what you throw on your torture rack,
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the
Very
other thing.
much
Like
so.
I could, yeah, I was playing this the other day when I was out running around with my son doing some Christmas shopping, and I put this on
Dude,
in the car. Yeah,
Hawk,
it's cool.
and a Hurricane is such a catchy song.
Yeah. So is
Sunken City, as you
is
mentioned that one. That one's
really
great.
Aluminum Crown is cool too.
Mm-hmm. I think my favorite is First Blood of Melkor. It's like an instrumental song. It's got like some sound bites in it.
Yes, yeah, that one.
Yeah.
That one's really yeah. I agree.
Definitely.
The title track Glass Future is really catchy as well. So yeah, number one. And it really was tough to bounce out that Resin record because I really had a lot.
That's a cool number one. Yeah.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Did that one make your list? No, you said you haven't listened to it as much.
Not quite as much as the other ones. Like it almost did. If I'd extended it to 20, it would have definitely snuck in there.
It's getting some praise. So
yeah. Oh, they're an awesome band. I don't know if I like that one or the previous one more. It's tough because that one is a bit more reserved and does not have as much overtly like metal pieces to it.
Yeah.
But because I was able to see them live this year, they did the headlining run. You can really notice their extreme metal influences when you see them live because that's when the double bass and the shredding is just intense.
He's doing the Maiden-esque and the Priest type of stuff.
All the metal just jumps out at you. So
yeah,
they're definitely a live band.
Yeah, supposedly they're going to be announcing another run of U.S. Dates soon. So
I'd see them again in a heartbeat.
Yeah, definitely fun band to see live. So Rick, when they come to Philly, go see them.
Yeah, caught the Elder tour, but I was with Resin. Those guys were not on the bill.
Yeah, they did the first half of the Elder.
Dude,
Ruby the Hatchet.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Chris, do you have a number one album of 2023 or a number 2 and 1? I think we're doing the final wrap up.
Okay, well, I'll say that this is a number one for right now because it's very relevant for right now, and that is Wham, the final.
Oh yeah,
and this does have Last Christmas on it, which is the greatest Christmas song ever. This is like one of those things where it's
it's not All I Want for Christmas Is You. All right.
No, it does. No, not that one. It's Last Christmas I Gave You My Heart.
Never heard that song.
Which is also a great video too. Watch the video. It's just it'll sweep you away. But this is like a greatest hits of Wham. It has Club Tropicana, which is a great song. Freedom. I mean, like I'll get super stoned and then I'll play Wham really loud and I'll do stuff like where like I'm super high, but then I'll play Wham super loud and then I dance around while I clean and stuff. Like it's it's one of those things where it's like my neighbor is like, what the fuck? The dude just listens to raw single pedal blast beating grindcore, but then he listens to all this George Michael and Wham. Like I don't get it. But yeah, Club Tropicana, Careless Whisper. Oh my God. Freedom is another really. Oh, I love that song so much. I'm Your Man. I'm Your Man. Oh, that's so good. Don't you know if you're gonna do it right, do it for me. Baby, and then I'll even do that too when I'm dancing around. I'll point to myself. I'm like, I'm your man.
You heard it here first, folks. Yep. Number one album of 2023, Wham.
Oh, you completely disrespected the legacy of George Michael and Wham right now by the way you said that.
How am I supposed to say it, Chris? What's the proper way?
I'm embarrassed to even say that we were on the same stream together.
You put some respect in your voice when you talk about wham.
Yeah, like I'm hitting a baseball. Wham!
Oh God, a blasphemy. Let's just stop while we're ahead.
Okay. All right, Rick. I know you can't. I know you can't show your number one.
I don't know how I'm gonna top Wham, man.
You can't top Wham, but you can try something.
Yeah, for those who don't know, so I'm saving my real top 10 list for
another one.
Top.
But maybe I have shown stuff that's already in the top 10. I just haven't. I would put a number to it. You know, maybe I'll do a twofer. One I really enjoyed. This is we've been talking about Doom and Stoner and stuff like that. But man, I'm really hanging on this Lord Mountain, man. Just love this album.
Oh, I have not heard that. Lord Mountain
came out early in the year, January 20th to be exact, and it's called The Oath. They call it traditional Doom. It kind of falls in that it's Pentagram, you know, Black Sabbath. Riffs are done really well, really good songwriting. Love the vocalist, and this it's really meant to catch your ear, man. Like there's just a lot of hooks to this thing. It just has a really good vibe. From California, this is one of those bands that I haven't been excited from a Doom band in California like since like Early Moods. If you know that band, if you like Early Moods, you might dig this. It's a little bit of a pagan altar in here too. So I mean, if you like that kind of range of stuff, definitely one worth checking out. Don't know if this is the first album. This is the only one I'm aware of. King Volume Records, Cosmic Artifacts. So that's to kind of give me the kind of stuff they put out. But yeah, like I said, not a whole lot going on with the cover, but a lot to be revealed in that door. Really good one. And the other one I want to show, it's nothing like it. But man, I got to talk about that Sadist, man.
That's really good.
You know, the biggest complaint is that Giorgio's not on this, right? Like, but I don't miss it, man. Like, I think everything I like about Sadist is it's here, man. Like, it's just, you know, it comes in there and just rips your face off, like this dude. Come off feeling. So, you know, it's just you figure like the band has been around a long time. You know, it's just like we talked about like bands like Autopsy, right? Still killing it. Like this is a killer band, man. It's just like I've never been disappointed by the stuff they put out. But you know,
that album's vicious.
Was not expecting an album from them this year, but you know, here they are, and it's great. So yeah,
their artwork too.
Yeah, I love it. So
on 12-inch,
nice. Yeah, I haven't heard the new Sadist one. That's
you know,
I think it's been getting good reviews. I mean, when it comes to older bands putting out new albums, you know, it's always hit or miss. But that one seems like it's been more hits for sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of
people.
For me, there's a lot of lackluster kind of legacy death metal bands putting out stuff. New Cannibal Corpse, okay. The new Obituary was okay.
Yeah.
It just didn't blow me away. And as far as like honorable mentions, if I would have had the new Horrendous, I would have been on my list. I really like that one. Wayfarer's American Gothic, I thought was great.
That one was cool.
And Zoth Exogalactic is fantastic as well. So if I had those in physical format, they would have knocked out something on this list. So honorable mentions for me.
Nice.
I think that's the thing I noticed with some people with the criteria about having the thing physical. I'm following that this year. Like I think most of the stuff I have in the list I do have physical of, but I've seen people do videos where here's like, you know, 5 things and here's like 5 thumbnails. You know,
no, you need to own the physical media to flex it on YouTube. You can't sit here and be like, hold your phone.
The rules
and be like, oh, this no. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, the thing too though is sometimes the particular thing you might want it's like inaccessible, either the delayed shipping or you know, or just You only ran 100 copies or
No.
some crap like that.
There should be like, you know how there are YouTube moderators who, you know, filter out content and all that. There should be like a anti-poser like filter where it's like if you
I
hold
thought
your
J-Dog started that.
I thought there was one.
Yeah, that's
if you hold
already
your-
a thing. I
If you
thought.
worked for
Right.
YouTube, yeah,
No, it's not effective enough. They need me to go in and refine the algorithm. Well, like if you hold your phone up, you'd be like, "Oh, this is such a sick album," and then it's just like your Spotify playlist. Then it
the way the camera
cuts
detects
off
your
your
face,
channel
like,
and
detects the
your
phone.
Here's my Wrapped review.
no, yeah, they need me to like refine the poser crushing algorithm because it's not effective enough.
All right, you can be the treasurer, Chris, for the
No,
department.
treasurer, that's too low on the totem pole. Too low.
Vice president.
And then there's some bands where like it's kind of like you kind of know what you're getting, and I didn't put them high on the list because it's like here's one, right? Or
Oh, what is? Oh, yeah.
it's
Yeah.
good, right?
It's
okay,
fine.
you know, another one.
That Cannibal
Yeah.
Corpse, I hate that one too. And the Cannibal
No.
Corpse you mentioned, Brian. Like I really liked Violence Unimagined by Cannibal Corpse. That made my year-end list that year when it
Yeah,
came out. But
this
this
brought
one,
up Cannibal. I'm like,
this one did not click with me as much, really. So, but here, Brian, you already mentioned one of mine, so I'm gonna show off my last final two.
Oh, I did?
You did.
Who could it be?
Surprise!
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah. Number two, I feel like so every year I think there's always that one album that like you just hear talked about over and over and over again in the metal community for the year-end list, and I think this is that album for 2023.
I was super impressed with it.
Me too. Because so like my little history with Horrendous is Ecdysis was an immediate yes, like The Stranger, phenomenal, and then Anoretta was just even better. Like I thought Anoretta took that sound and streamlined it and just I think that was a number two for me when it came out back in 2015, I think.
that was the one before Idol, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it was. And then Idol came out, and that one was a total miss for me. I don't know what was up with Idol, but it didn't click at all. I probably listened to it like twice. And
To me, it felt like a transition album from that old sound to what eventually became this. You know, you can tell they were experimenting and trying new things with the riffing.
I
with the
think
sound.
they missed like the songwriting on Idol, I feel like. And this one, they brought everything back, but then they still had all the crazy progressive aspects of Anoretta, but it just felt so refined. And the songwriting and the pacing of the album is just perfectly done. It's not even 40 minutes long. It's almost too short. But then that's one of its greatest attributes is that it's so listenable. It's so easily listenable. And it opens up with like the 1-2 punch of Chrysopia. How the hell you say that? And then Neon Leviathan and Preteration Hymn. Like those are like some of the best songs. And then honestly, the lead single, Cult of Shadoth or whatever, I love that song. That's like the more straightforward, like death metal, like kind of it has that hooky riff where it just like snags you, and then he shouts, beat me back, but I keep on climbing.
It's gonna be sick, man. Gonna check them out. If Jeff comes down next Saturday, they're playing.
Dude, so you guys might see him this when?
Yeah,
this
Saturday
weekend,
the 28th. Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
So I picked up the CD, but I didn't get the LP because I figured, maybe I'll just grab it at the merch table.
Oh yeah,
they got copies there.
Yeah. And then like the final songs, Ontological, Mysterium, and The Death Knell Ringeth are both killer too. So I don't know. I don't know if this is better than Anoretta for me, but it's almost, or it's up there. So which is
I like it more than
to
Anoretta.
me, it's not what I was expecting. I was not expecting it to be that good. So, Horrendous deserves all the praise that they've been getting, and probably some more. So,
Totally
definitely
agree.
number 2.
Yeah, I remember getting when I first heard the Chills, like it was, they were one of the.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty early on when this kind of before like the old school death metal resurgence had started. So that was I remember, it was like the death influence in it was recognizable, and I followed them through, Anoretta and Acidisis, and then Idol came out. I don't even think I've ever heard that one.
I'm telling you, it was just.
I've never heard.
I think it's because it was their first album on Season of Mist. I think that's why. And Anoretta was on Dark Descent, along with her other stuff, and it just felt like this what would be the sellout or like the compromising album, I think.
Yeah. So when I heard, when I saw they had a new one out, I was like, I know what their sound is. I've got all the rest of their albums. I kind of blew it off, and then I actually listened to it and I was floored. I thought it was great. It's definitely up there.
It's so good. I'm glad it's getting the praise it deserves for sure.
True.
All right, then my number 1. This one might be a surprise, might not be a surprise.
The Corey Taylor album. See, this is what we're waiting for.
The Taylor Swift re-recording, right?
Orbit Culture. Kim Dracula.
Kim Dracula.
That's the one. No. Actually, Blues Funeral, Reign Supreme. The newest Dozer album.
Did that come out in 2022? Because I was looking at that to include. No,
it came out this year.
I haven't mentioned that when you were talking about that's the other one.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, this is it. This is it. It barely beat out Sleep Token in 72 seasons, but
by
a long shot, by a hair, it did. And here we go. We got fucking Dozer with Drifting in the Endless Void. Their comeback album. I don't know. I was floored by this. This is their first album since Colossal back in 2005, and
it's been that long.
Easily, right? Yeah, 2005, right?
2005.
Yeah, and easily, it's their. It's I don't know if it's quite as good as Through the Eyes of Heathens, which I mean, come on, like
no,
that shit is top tier.
That's untouchable.
But like I think this is actually still a perfect album. I give this a 10 out of 10. I give Through the Eyes of Heathens a 10 out of 10, and I give this one a 10 out of 10. I think all 8 of these songs are essentially perfect or near perfect. Track 1, Mutation Transformation, killer guitar riff, 7-minute long song, which just really hammers in the intensity of the guitar and just perfect. That's a 10 out of 10 song. Ex-Human Now Beast, very emotional, straightforward, hard rocking track. What Dozer does best. Same with Dust for Blood. Both of those songs are just like that. The Dozer formula perfected. And then Andromeda is also great. Maybe like a step down from the first 3 tracks. Run Mortals Run is great too, and a little bit more emotive as well. But then finally, Missing 13, dude, they recapture the emotional intensity and like the spine-chilling atmosphere from Big Sky Theory on the closing track, Missing 13. Like this guitar melody that just carries the song and just all the way through with the vocals and stuff. Like Big Sky Theory, that is a top track.
That's off of the one with the deer antlers on it.
Yeah, through the eyes of heathens.
Dude, that is such a great album. It really is. All of their albums are so solid, man. Dozer is such a great band.
Another Swedish band.
Yeah. That's one of the most bizarre things. Are all these like stoner desert rock bands from Sweden? What? Do they even have sand in Sweden? You know,
no, they're out in the winter desert. I guess I have no idea
it's so
where they're at. I'll say morning, Roger.
We listen to this one a lot too.
Yeah.
Pitching up on Madre de Dios.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's good.
Yeah. Call it
something in that Swedish air, man. You get up with Truck Fighters, you know, and you got all these other bands.
See, Truck Fighters is great too. I love Truck Fighters.
So I went to grab this. I was like, oh, I'm gonna put this on my list, and then I'm looking at the back. I'm like, what says 2022 Blues Funeral?
It does.
And so I set it aside. Is that a misprint?
As far as I know,
because you're right. It doesn't. It's not released until
This
came out in March.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's I think for I think for a vinyl pressing, there's like a 9-month waiting list.
Yeah, you're probably right
for something to be pressed.
Yeah. So sometimes it can be held up by something stupid like an insert or something. You know what I mean? It's like we got everything else done, but we're waiting for this other stuff. It's it happens.
Yeah.
Either way, killer shit. Good pick.
Yes. Number one. All right. Anyone else have anything else to talk about?
I do.
Oh, Chris does.
Incantation, unholy deification.
Wait, Chris, I thought Wham was your number one. What are you doing here?
No, well,
1A, 1B.
Okay, one B.
1A and 1B. I think this is a really solid. I mean, I love Incantation. I'm always, it's not possible to be objective, but I think that this is a really good album. I like it more than the one that their other one that was most recent.
Sect of Vile Divinities.
Yeah.
That's the shirt I have, yeah.
But the thing is the one that they put out before Sect of Vile Divinity.
Oh, Dirges of Elysium?
That's a really good. I love
that.
Dirges, and then also
there's the Nexus. There's the Nexus album.
Yeah, the next one, dude. I
have
love
the
those. They're so good.
Yeah.
I mean, Dirges is fucking
nasty.
Awesome. That is a good fucking album, man. But this one, I really enjoy this one a lot too. And I mean, this is, what you're getting. You're getting Incantation, Death Doom, death metal. They don't disappoint. I really enjoy this one a lot. Very good.
It was strange. I saw them at the Decibel Fest, and they played the second night, which was like mostly hardcore like bands. Mm-hmm. The first night was like the death metal. Black Dahlia played that night too, and Incantation would have been more fitting there, but they only had so much space, so they played the second night. The first night was Gore Guts. I think they were the headlining band, and then the second night, it's like they just completely did not fit with the roster of the other bands.
There's such a legendary East Coast death metal band.
Yeah,
really I mean, they are. They're one of those bands where if you were to say like, who are the big four of underground death doom? Or underground death metal bands. I think Incantation, at least for like East Coast bands, like they're one of the big four.
Yeah, Incantation, Suffocation, Immolation.
Yeah,
maybe Mortician.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, probably now you don't count that they relocated.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, because Cannibal Corpse, even though they're from Buffalo, but they're known for the Tampa sound.
Right.
So
Incantation the same way.
Then for Incantation, what we could say is who are the big four of New Jersey, New York, old school death metal?
Immolation would be on there.
Yeah,
for sure.
That's where. Okay. Yeah.
Did that new Immolation come out this year or last year?
last year.
Last year.
That was last year.
Yeah. Which that one was good too. It's
I like
grown
it.
on me. It was Atonement far superior.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. For 2023, if you wanted a new immolation this year, that Phobocosm will probably be the closest thing.
I have not heard the new Phobocosm yet.
I don't have a physical of that one. That's why I also didn't pull it.
Like, you know what that got me thinking about? You know how like there's this whole like the big four, you know, and we can't deny that the big four really are the big four, but then why is it that, you know, like Banger TV, they had did their whole thing of, oh, this is the big four of, you know, underground death metal and all that, but it's always just like the expected, the usual suspects.
Yeah.
What if we did a big four, but just of everything of like, imagine just like a listing of the big four of North New Jersey, New York. and then, you know, I mean, like if we got that granular in detail, I think it would be, I really do. Or just, you know,
I'm shocked someone has not done
internal
that.
bleeding times 4.
Oh yeah, internal bleeding and
mortal decay.
Yeah.
Pyrexia, yeah.
You know,
mortal decay.
We could take it to that level.
Skinless.
The big four
coming soon.
Florida death metal.
Big four Midwest death metal. Watch out.
It don't only work certain regions. Like, you know, if you try to do like, I don't know, Idaho, or you just some state,
I mean, you're gonna be
barren. You're like,
no, I would
pull 4 bands.
The big four of Salt Lake City, Utah. Death metal. Yeah, I mean, I would totally love to do that type of research.
Hey, ideas for the new year, maybe, huh? Sure,
yeah.
But
I will. Yeah, because I did that on that heavy metallurgy. My idea was Midwest metal, and it was like trying to pull stuff from like South Dakota. I'm like, I don't have anything from South Dakota. There's nothing. Well, now
what's the big four of South Dakota, or the Dakotas?
No freaking idea. I have no idea. I know that Mall, the band Mall's from
I was gonna say Mall's.
Yeah,
Mall. They might be from North Dakota, actually.
North Dakota.
I'm not sure. This is such a barren landscape. I don't know any of those bands.
I'd like to research who are the big four death metal bands from Vail, Colorado. From Lake Tahoe, Colorado.
The snow bunnies of death metal.
I always wondered, like you know those like super luxe, you know, sort of tax haven type of environments, like Monaco and stuff like that. Do they have like an underground metal scene that we don't know about, like Luxembourg, you know, like places that are just tax havens for billionaires? Like, is there a Luxembourg underground metal scene we don't know about? Or...
Cayman Islands grindcore.
Right, yeah.
Like anti-establishment.
Right, like some sick blast beating grindcore, but it's all about having, you know, like sort of nowadays it'd be about like crypto and you know, offshore investing.
If they want that, just fly them in, you know, like the way those Saudi like flying strippers, you know, it's just like you do it with the bands, like fly them in and just like, you know, we don't have a scene, but I want my Afterbirth, you know, it's just like
I'd love to have a band where it's like sick blast beady grindcore, but everything is tax advice and investing, like investing for 2024, you know, like crypto is, you know, Ethereum is in a downward cycle. We're bullish on Ethereum.
Sell GameStop.
Oh please,
GameStop.
GameStop would not make it to the album. That's just for the demos.
Yeah.
Oh man,
good stuff.
All right, well,
we made it,
guys. That was it. That's all the albums I had to talk about for.
Yeah, it's
2023. I am done. I'm gonna tune in next week though for the new Heavy Metallurgy episode where
Yeah.
Rick's gonna be on with other people.
I don't know what the other names are on board, so I got to. I don't know. I guess Marty's got a bit of an Alan probably have their. I guess their definite list and the maybes, and I guess some who may not
See.
show up.
We'll see.
By the way, it'd be a fun time.
Yeah, for sure. Always a good time.
Yep. So definitely check out that. But I think we're almost done with year endless season. So thank you all for watching. Whoever did watch, which
Yeah,
we had an active
did
chat.
pretty good.
I think we had a good
This
turnout,
was
man.
this was a killer one. So cheers to all, and I think I'll probably see you all in 2024.
Yeah. Well, for those watching, man, if they want to leave their own little lists, those who.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
Good idea.
A professional should recommend that.
I may have to actually do a proper ranking and put mine in the comments.
Yes,
Yeah.
I will leave mine somewhere as well. But cheers.
Jake, Nick,
Nick,
Tyler,
Jake.
Helen was here, Marty was here,
Jake.
Ryan.
I think
You guys.
maybe we might move this over to my channel. Anyone who's ready to still party some more.
Don't tempt me with a good time, Chris.
I'm all
Don't
for
you-
a good time.
This is
It's
when you're gonna
Saturday
like
night.
pass out and
Oh no! Well, I haven't worked for 2 days, so I'm
He's
I'm
ready
ready
to go.
to
All right.
going.
All right. Well, I'll crack another beer. I'll join you
Yeah,
guys. Go to
Full
Depeche,
Heinekens.
go to
Yeah.
Depeche Commode, I guess. Yeah.
Yep.
yeah. Come
Another
over
Heineken.
come over to Depeche Commode, and Brian and Rick, if you guys want to join in.
All right.
So
I will
Cheers, all.
probably pass
Peace.
out. See ya.
all right.
Everybody.
Cheers.